The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. He maketh me to lie down in green pastures. He leadeth me beside the still waters. He restoreth my soul. He leadeth me into paths of righteousness for his name's sake. Yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil. For thou art with me, thy rod and thy staff, they comfort me. Thou preparest a table before me in the presence of mine enemies. Thou anointest my head with oil, my cup runneth over. Surely goodness and mercy shall follow me all the days of my life, and I will dwell in the house of the Lord forever. What's happening, Benton here? Psalm 23. I need to write my own version of Psalm 23. It's time for some updating. Is that heresy? Is that blasphemy? I don't think so. I don't think so. We are, and I've just been yapping. I've been sitting here yapping for like 10 minutes and then look down. Oh, we're not live. Forgot to push the button. Man, that was quite a marathon stream yesterday. Energizing. 9 hours and then some internet issues there. My apologies. I believe we're back. What was I saying? Yeah, in a way, I was unable to properly rest. Um, and I knew what I was doing when I woke up at 10 p.m. Although I had already woken up and gone back to sleep. So I'm only able to do that so many times. But I think I could have stayed in the rack until about midnight. But wanting to see what my assignment was for today, 11 a.m. pickup. It's about an hour drive um, in Cincinnati. And, one benefit of however we want to characterize the economic situation, traffic is down. So that works in my favor to some extent. Oh, yes, the title of the stream. Proper identification prevents stress and anxiety. Because I certainly was feeling a little bit when I woke up and began the trip planning in my head. Also, for some reason, they let me write my trailer number myself, manually write it onto the bill of lading, and I managed to write the wrong trailer number, which is hilarious because I was standing where I could physically see it. I was going from memory. I crossed it out and wrote the proper trailer number. So we'll see if they accept us or not at the delivery. I think it'll be okay. So a little bit of stress over that yesterday, bleeding into this morning, then looking at this assignment and being told not to leave too early. And then it's like, well, I'm going to suit myself out here, right? And all of these very human responses kicking in, but then reminding myself proper identification, right, with my own nature, one with the most super intelligent force of love possible at the highest levels of vibrational energy. So when I read Psalm 23 now, that's what I take Lord to mean. And it's interesting. What's up, Michael A? Yeah, man, a lot of eggs, brother. That's after throwing some of them away. But let me not get distracted with the chat. My apologies. Good to see you. So I've been talking so much recently about an externalization versus an internalization, and I see it in Psalm 23 here. We're directing everything outwardly, right? Oh, you're good, Michael. That was my fault. I got carried away, so please don't apologize unless you just want to. Good to see you. No, that was my bad. Although it doesn't matter, Michael A., because I realize now in 30 minutes I'll be starting my clock, and I'm already at the fuel island, so I'll be getting out to fuel. So that will interrupt the flow. So it doesn't matter if I get into flow before that. Best branding since the situation from Jersey Shore, by the way. If you know, you know. We're at a Love's in Pennsylvania. Uh, well, before I tell that story, let me finish what I was saying. What's up, Jake? Question mark, eh? Good to see you, man. So I think Psalm 23 is an excellent example of ideas in this psalm. It's backwards, right? Because it's when we start using he to represent my own nature. Well, that seems like something outside of myself. And I even Googled yesterday, I Googled, there's a scripture where Jesus said, they asked, the Pharisees were questioning Christ, and he said, the kingdom of God is within you. And then that's the King James Version, by the way. I'm a KJV only. Because some people will say, well, it actually more properly could be among us, right? And I'm like, wait a minute. I'm being told, by some people to live my life based on to the letter of this book. But now you're telling me, well, if we go back to the original Greek, or like, I don't want to hear that. I'm going by what the KJV says, and I'm, by the way, rejecting most of it. And then I'm reading mostly the Gospels, right? And then Psalms, yeah, I find things in other parts of the Bible at times. But hang on a minute. Are we going to go by this? Are we going to try to, and not we, this is the royal we, am I going to determine for myself what is the spirit of the writing, already knowing it's, bastardized over time and translated, the English language not even existing when the original writings were made. It's fraught with peril. The problems are right there. I got no time for these people that want to tell me, oh, it's infallible, it's unerring, right? It's the word of God. I said, no, it's not. If you read the book as defined in the Bible, word of God can never mean a written scripture or a written book. Words on a page is dead, homie. The word of God cannot return void, they say, or the Bible says that can never be a dead thing. That can only ever be alive. And where does it emanate from? The source of all creation, which is, guess what? That's me, right? See, I've solved the that's you meme. That's me, right? So when I read Psalm 23, and this is where some of the pronouns and the way that the problem is approached become problematical. And that is the correct term, problematical. So we're already referring to something, calling it Lord, calling it He, and again the royal we. And look at what Christianity's doing, right? Look at what Christianity's doing to the people, and has done for centuries. Well, bring it back to what did Christ supposedly say? Because he did not speak English. We don't actually know what Jesus said, by the way. But going by KJV only in English, right? The only language I read and speak fluently or at all, really. Jesus, right? The authority of the Bible, by the way. There's one human authority in the Bible based on the Bible itself. That's Jesus. That's it. No, you got the earthly kings serving Moloch's machine, and that's even referenced when Satan attempts to tempt Christ in the desert when he's been fasting, offering what? Offering Satan's property, Moloch's machine, saying, well, I can have all, and basically what's that mean? What does it mean to say, I can offer you the kingdoms of the world? It means, hey, my guys, I got my shot callers, right? Not me, but Satan or antithesis would say, my shot callers are in place, right? Head of America, whatever countries and kingdoms existed back then, and they all report to me. So here's what I'm going to do. You just come under me, little Jesus, right? Satan says, just come onto my side and my way of seeing things, and you'll be ahead of the shot callers. You'll only report to me. Now, that's not stated overtly, that's what's implied. Now, is my nature, right? If Christ is one with the same thing that's in me, the kingdom of God is within me, right? No one comes unto what? No one comes unto the most super intelligent force of love and the source of all creation at the highest levels of vibrational frequency except through what? Christ consciousness in a delusion. That's what that means, right? So is that force even capable of saying, oh, yeah, I think I would like to be the boss of these scumbag rulers of these kingdoms? Does that even make sense? No, it doesn't. It's kind of an experiment in a way. And I forgot why I made that point. We're just getting warmed up here, so bear with me. Well, I've been covering that lately, El Perro. So there's no easy answer, but I would have to rehash an entire discourse. But where we would start, I'll answer your question with a question. Is it possible for there ever to be nothing? Meaning that just nothing exists. So I can't even answer your question about the beginning of something we might refer. And I'm glad you used the air quotes because I'm specific about what I'm referring to. I'm referring to the source of all creation in a non-personalized, non-human way. Not a he, not a heavenly father, not a sky daddy. And by the way, not even a person or a force that saw fit to intentionally create this place. I know that's not what happened. And then so Christianity teaches because that force, right, loved humanity so much, right, to create humans and create the, okay, so but how is the love of things that don't exist, right? So it already doesn't make sense. It's a game. So they're running game on us, right? And this is Moloch's machine. Who gave us the Holy Bible? In the King James Version of the Holy Bible in the English language, Moloch's machine gave that to us. So, of course, it's written not to suit me. It's written for the purposes of Moloch's machine, the service of Moloch's machine. That's how it's written. And we see it here in Psalm 23. So what it's basically saying is, I am the value, I am the wealth, because I am one with the greatest force. But how? Okay. How am I here? And that's what I am, El Perro. See, that's the actual question. It's how is this possible? Here's how it's possible, El Perro. My life exists in a waking dream delusion. I mean, actual dictionary definition of the word delusion. And in fact, my assertion is that there can never be nothing, right? So in order for there to be something, right, that would represent what? A proposition or a thesis. So if I'm willing to assert that the something is a beyond time, beyond space, it can't not exist, super intelligent force of love, creation, the source of everything, right? And this is referred to in the Bible. In Job, it's just a matter of can the person approach it properly, right? And I've recently, good to see you, El Perro, I've recently come to this understanding within myself of true knowledge of self, of what I am. And the moment I know what I am, I know exactly what I am not. And in this delusion, by the way, operating based on Moloch's machine in inversion after inversion after inversion, in many ways, to know what I'm not is actually more helpful moment to moment than knowing what I am. But it's the true knowledge and acceptance of what I am inside of myself. Right. By the way, where in a delusion that time and space is even possible, by the way. So how was time and space? How was the delusion or illusion of time and space created? Because in order for there to be a proposition of super intelligent love, the greatest force at the highest levels, a quickening spirit, by the way, there has to be what? Something that represents the antithesis of those ideas. Now we get into evil, anxiety, fear, stress. That's what I was trying to talk about, proper identification. By the way, my nature can never know defeat or depravity or stress or fear or anxiety So when I woke up at 10 p.m. yesterday, it's now past midnight, and my physiology upon awakening connected with the thoughts being generated within a delusion, by the way, within a literal delusion. The realm itself, Russian nesting dolls of delusion. So I begin to have thoughts about what I need to accomplish today and the stresses therein, but only if I'm identified with the delivering of this load, only if I'm identified with the job of a truck driver, only if I'm identified with the company wanting me to go do something that will potentially affect my schedule, and I could choose to allow it to cause me stress. But when properly identified inside myself with my own nature, the stress disappears. And in fact, it really wasn't even able to form properly. Because by the time most of us become aware of how anxious we are, how stressed out we are, how resentful or angry we are, that's probably been a long way down that road to be like, wow, I really am stressed out. With my meditation practices, I'm aware of it more or less instantaneously. And it's a simple matter to go back to, well, wait a minute, Benton, that's not you, sir. That's external circumstances within a delusion, within a delusion, within a delusion. But we see, I can't repress. Repression is always harmful to the individual. So people hearing my words will end up, when attempting to practice this, will most likely end up in delusion. I'm sorry, not delusion, repression. Right. So this is all very nuanced. And Moloch's machine, in many ways, is based on let's cause these. So if, and by the way, if forced to choose, El Perro, if you're still listening, I subscribe to not literal, solipsism, meaning I'm only able to verify anything about me spiritually. I can't verify anything spiritually about any of the rest of the folks who are supposedly here. Maybe it is all a waking dream, and maybe, and again, from my perspective, why not operate on that premise? And then some people will fearfully, right? Well, remember, my nature, I can't experience a fear. All I can do is trust that in each new moment that I am properly identified and my true nature of creation expresses, I'm not capable of then viewing the other humans, right, as something that I can then mistreat or dehumanize, right? The solipsism is not by way of dehumanization. In fact, it's a tool for how to operate within myself and how to approach issues. So I can't even form a collective under solipsism. And yesterday, one of the major points I began to hit on for the first time, perhaps, is the danger and the folly of within Moloch's machine via the psychology that was designed within Moloch's machine and then was installed via Moloch's machine, this realm of delusion, right? To operate on this premise where the human always wants to externalize and do what? Go into a collective, go into a herd. The common sense, word of mouth, conventional wisdom is the idea that there's strength in numbers. No, there's not. Not when what I am is an indivisible force or one. It's the opposite. There can never be strength in numbers based on what I am. It's not possible. So can we see the game that's been run on us, if indeed there's an us? I understand I've begun to speak in collective pronouns. Again, some of this is the difficulties of the language. Some of this is my own, well-worn paths of thinking and speaking in certain ways. I'm working on it. Thank you for your patience. So the royal us, right? If I mean only various aspects of my own, thought process, emotional system, perceptions, intuition, whatever that conscious awareness is of all of that simultaneously, mind, body, and spirit, whatever all of that may be, right? I guess that could be an us. That's me. See, inverse. That's you meme, especially as it entered the so-called truth community most powerfully through a particular content creator, it always bothered me intuitively. It tingled my spidey sense. Now that's actual, not irony, but it's what people think irony is. The meme involves a Spider-Man comic, a panel from a Spider-Man comic. And I've been referring to my intuition as my spidey sense since I was a small person, a literal child. And it always bothered me on some level. My spidey sense tingled, and I figured out in the last couple of days that's inverted. The power of the meme is that's me, not that's you, right? Because if it's true that you are what I am, and what I am is one with the most super intelligent force of love possible at the highest levels of vibrational energy, that you would be a way to push away, right? So either you're not what I am inside of yourself, or perhaps you are and you yourself are not properly identified much of the time. This is all new to me. Not all, but much of this is new to me here of late. But it's the mistake and the harm and the folly of the collective, right? And so the "that's you" meme, I'm never really got into that. I said it a few times because I thought it was amusing, in spite of my spidey sense tingling. And now where I am is I'm looking to affirm the "that's me" meme, right? My riches, to identify with my own wealth. And, this realm would say, how can one be the source of their own wealth while simultaneously telling us that, oh, well, your health is your wealth, right? Why? So I keep the physical body in just enough physical shape to go slave away for Moloch's machine. Is that what's meant? My health can never be my wealth. My health is a delusion, right? My name, my family name and bloodline can never be my wealth. That's a delusion. Doesn't exist. It exists within a waking dream, right? It's not actual. In actual fact, this is not happening, right? What's happening is the continuous renewing of my spirit. My cup runneth over. That's me. That's what's happening. So to answer your question, perhaps, El Perro, in a way, right? It's not about God, because the question you've posited, in my opinion, is it's not, and I'm not correcting you, I'm addressing my own discourse. That question would not be asked from the proper perspective, right? It's not a questioning of, well, you're giving me a story. So Christianity's giving me a story. Why would I go to Christianity and say, hey, Christianity, well, I have some questions. Do you mind answering this? I'm in their framework. How about I will tap into me, properly identified, into my power center inside my sphere of influence? How about I will read what Christianity gives to me and I will pass judgment? It's beginning to sound like revolutionary concepts here. And recently I was coming on to things and saying this is a revolution. It's not, it shouldn't be. It's a revolution in an inverted world, in a delusion, in a waking dream. It seems revolutionary, right? I am the discernment, right? I am one with the source. Now, they say, what do you mean? Again, some would say, well, if that's the case, then why aren't you able to act in certain ways? Because I'm in a waking dream delusion. Okay, how are you in a waking dream? And see, I can answer all of this, El Perro. How are you in a waking dream delusion? Because my nature can never fear the calamities that could occur as a result of me choosing or being tricked. If my nature is some version of Jack from Jack and the Beanstalk, bebopping around while all of the people strongly identified with the delusion itself try to warn him about the calamities around the corner. You know why Jack can't take heed? Because he can't conceptualize what they're telling him. He lacks the ability to even imagine what they're telling him, because he's so one with himself inside of himself. He only knows his own nature. He barely even knows enough, right, to put the clothes on and go to town and interact with his loved ones, right? This is a fucking dumb idiot in a way, from the perspective of what? Moloch's machine. And why is he a dumb idiot? Because, hey, dummy, don't you know that if you behave foolishly we're going to entrust the wealth of the family. Why would the family entrust its wealth to someone they know to be a stupid idiot? See, what's being taught in this story, right? It's clearly not what's there at the surface level. It's actually exposing the nature of Jack. It's saying, in spite of these people trying to make Jack like them and identify with this realm, Jack is still young and youthful. He's still close enough to spiritual perfection when he was born. He's still close enough to spiritual perfection, oneness with his own nature. He's not able to experience or even envision the potential calamities, right? So that's the thing that antithesis communicated with, and it's right there in the book of Job. Have you considered my servant Job? So what happened before that? The sons of God came to present themselves before the Lord, and Satan, or the antithesis of what? So what would sons of God be in this scenario? They're beings that presumably would be imbued with the essence of the Most High, right? But that's an indivisible force. So what are we talking about? Are we imagining various aspects of something that can never be divided into parts? By the way, Christ talked about this in the Bible. How can hate drive out hate? If Satan's kingdom is divided against itself, how can it stand? Again, that's me, meaning this is the inverse. Christ is not telling us anything about the delusion. I can see and experience the delusion for myself. Christ is telling us about the kingdom of God. It can't be divided, because if it can be divided, it can't even exist. It can't be what we say it is. It can't be what the Bible says it is. It cannot be what Christianity says it is if it can be divided. So therefore, only the perception or experience of division within a delusion is possible. So if you, in fact, your spirit, your soul, and your nature is one with that force, that proves you're in a delusion. Because outside of a delusion, if you are in fact one with that force can never, ever be divided, except through its own creative force being subverted into what? An imagining that it's even possible to have a individuated experience. So what I am in this realm is a being experiencing a waking dream, and the realm itself is created based on the idea of an impossibility, which is the notion that it's possible to break off a little chunk of the most super intelligent force of love possible at the highest levels of vibrational frequency, a quickening spirit, the source of everything, that you can break off a little piece, and then you can put that little piece in individual human beings. And then poof, a realm comes into existence, right? Because remember, that creative force knows only creation. That creative force, it never isn't creating, ever. Something is always being brought. All it does is create. It cannot stop creating if it wanted to. Same for you. That's me. See, I am endowed with a creative force that never, ever, ever lies dormant. No matter what, my creative force brings something into existence, and that creation, in the delusion that there's even a now, always either affirms the validity of my nature, which is as described prior, or it serves the antithesis, the idea that, well, actually, the antithesis via this waking dream delusion is attempting to prove via legalese that, in fact, it's not the case. By the way, test the spirits. How is it even possible to know, right? How is it even possible for that to be, in fact, the highest source of everything, but it's not tested, right? Meanwhile, Jack from Jack and the Beanstalk, knowing his nature, he can't fear failing the test. He can't, it's not even possible, see? So antithesis is acting on the nature of the creative force. And the creative force is more or less like, yeah, hold my beer. And that's the story of Job, where we've already, by the time the book of Job happens, we've already created these delusions, right? The creative force, the royal we, has already created these individualized delusions, some of which are the sons of God, which I believe may be fallen angels, perhaps. I'm not exactly sure. El Perro probably knows more about that, if he's still around. But so they would presumably, referred to that way, they would also be in the delusion that, again, what they are one with at their core essence being is even can be aspected, right? That's not even possible, strictly speaking. So only via delusion, right? Is this even possible? So this gets back to El Perro. In order to even address your queries, it's necessary to begin at the very basic fundamental levels so that for the purposes of the discussion, the proper perspective is utilized, say, the proper approach, which does in some way make the question redundant, but I understand the spirit in which it's asked. And, you know, I've been doing my own debunking of Christianity, right? But Christianity within a delusion, it debunks itself. Yeah, Christianity as practiced, El Perro, through the churches, it doesn't need you or me to, it debunks itself. It doesn't need us to show up and debunk it. Meanwhile, the people who identify with it, upon seeing the debunking, will only ever double down on their own existing beliefs because that's how Moloch's machine designed their psychology. Right? So it's really pointless anyway. In that, at least in that framework, it's pointless anyway. So the sons of God, and the key point is, so they came to what? Return to source, presumably. I don't know what they were doing, but whatever this is in the story of Job, to present themselves before what? Their own essence or nature? I mean, what are we even talking about? But we'll set that aside. And Satan or antithesis came also in their midst. What does this mean? This means everywhere that the super intelligent force of love goes and travels to, by necessity, its antithesis must always follow. And by the way, no free will, no choice. It has to follow. So the source views its antithesis in this moment and addresses it and says, hey, Satan, what are you doing? What's happening, partner? It's a greeting. And he says, oh, you know me, roaming to and fro, seeking whom I may devour. Well, Satan can't, strictly speaking, devour anything, right? This is not even the case. Now, Satan, of course, antithesis would bluff as much as possible, right? And then with the spirit of Jack from Jack and the Beanstalk, innocently, right? Because only able to embody or only able to convey innocence, right? Oh, well, have you considered Job, right? Because the most super intelligent force of love possible would want to be helpful. It would desire, when told by its antithesis, hey, well, I need something to act upon here, or to quote devour, right? That source of creation wouldn't think, I bet he's up to something. I better look out. Remember, Jack from Jack and the Beanstalk can't conceive that calamity's around the corner. So that's not even part of the equation, right? It's not even part of the equation that would happen. So it's like, hey, okay, you're looking for something to act upon. Have you considered Job? And by the way, if I am the source and I know I'm the source, and if I know because I'm the source and I see that Job is me, but he's in a delusion, right? Hey, if and the proposition is, hey man, take all of this stuff you've given to him, take his what he believes to be his wealth is, or what I'm going to try to convince him is his wealth, strip him of that, he'll curse what? Not you, he'll curse his own nature to the face of his own nature. He will actually deny what he is inside through my convincing him to improperly identify with the realm and the delusion itself. See, this is the game from day one. Well, what does creation say? What does Source say? Source would only think, well, if Source could even conceive of the possibility, he can't conceive that Job would ever do this. It's inconceivable, but furthermore, if Job is capable of cursing his own nature and considering the blessing to be a curse, fuck him. We don't need him. We don't need him. He's not actually part of the one. If Job is part of the one, he can't curse his own nature to its face. So in the parlance of the Bible, Job is incapable, when properly identified, of, quote, cursing God to God's face. It can never happen. That's what the book of Job is about. And I'll be right back. It's time to start the day and fuel the rig, but we'll be back shortly. Sorry about the I got disconnected, and when I came back, I forgot to mute. So, but El Perro, I'll just say this, man. Um, well, I'll say a lot because that's what I do. But so, and I understand what you're posting down there. What I'll tell you is those circumstances are dead. There's no life to any of that, right? And same with me. I come on here and talk about things about my life, and yeah, it's pertaining at times, right? As Mr. Miyagi would say, pertaining. However, it's dead, man. Like it's there's no life there, right? And by the way, why did this happen to you? And I just glanced, right? I didn't actually read the comments, but so how did this happen, right? So what we're realizing is pretty much everybody was born into this realm and went through some version of traumas and just a bad time, right? Although good times as well, right? But some version of things that were, look, any child that is ran through the gamut of the public school system and these various entities within Moloch's machine, then the corporate structure, into employment, that all of that is trauma, right? So there's a base level of trauma. So how is there a base level of trauma? How and why? But so the how is whoever, whatever woman you exited out of into this realm or matrix, by the way, matrix, as another word for womb, but into this delusion, right? What happened when you were a baby is the sad fact that your mother, and again, I know there may be some particular circumstances, but whoever these people were that had charge of you, right out of the woman, they offered you up as a burnt offering sacrifice to Moloch. And Moloch is the pagan deity, right? This personification, in a way that humans can understand of what? The Industrial Revolution, business, right? Demonic business, right? This demonic system of things, right? The idea that, everything in America is a business. That's demonic, right? That's, and again, I'm abusing the term literally. That's demonic, full stop, emphasize. So to then be ran through, well, ran through by the system, but then to be ran through, this gauntlet or, obstacle course or whatever of, hey, you're here, little spiritually perfect child, and supposedly you're representative of what? The greatest wealth of the people, right? The children are our future, they say, right? So this is the highest. So from the mother, it's like, hey, this is my greatest value, my greatest gift. And just imagine her offering it up into the sky before a gigantic monolithic, visage of Moloch with, the big fires and the big, whatever those are, the big brass urns, whatever the fuck those are called, this imagery, right? Like I'm talking about Bohemian Grove type shit. So this system of things operates, the delusion, right? The realm itself operates based on, death and taxes and all of this. Everybody has got to go out here and earn money, right? To do what? To live within a delusion, right? The fact is, I am the source of life, meaning my soul, my essence, my nature, what I am, what I know myself to be. That's me. That's So now I'm in a delusion where I have to behave certain ways. I have to parrot certain ways of thinking, right? And to people like me and El Perro, some of this is quite traumatic because we might have our own thoughts, right? We might have our own thoughts. And again, where does this come from? And I'll compliment El Perro. When he has his unique novel, contributions, uh, well studied, well thought out. Where does that come from? Well, solipsistically, I don't fucking know, but if he operates similar to me, and if his nature is the same as my nature, he is the source of that. Now, does he pick up information and opinions and bits and pieces of things here and there? Of course. But what he's birthing, by the way, is a new creation, at least in the way of thinking and approaching a problem, right? Game recognized game, by the way, in that respect. So good on you. And by the way, how did I get to the point of the recent true knowledge of self, less than a month ago, having this experience? A bell that cannot be unrung within a delusion, by the way, a waking dream, by various practices over a period of many years, and also by considering, thinking, studying, deep thought over an extended period of time. So I suspect El Perro, has his own versions of everything I'm discussing. Now, the true knowledge of self and all of that, that's up to him. I'm not involved in any of that. Because remember, the psychology created, and designed by Moloch's machine to serve Moloch's machine, it dictates that we go into a collective to do everything. And then also a lot of what I've been talking about lately, El Perro, is how almost everybody tries to do everything through only the yang or aggressive or assertive energy. And I've recently had an epiphany. No spiritual surrender equals no spiritual victory. Now, what am I spiritually surrendering to, by the way? My own nature, that's me style. But I didn't know that when I was using my own nature, that I had yet to have the bell rung to say, aha, buddy, that's you, or that's me, right? Meaning you are that one, Benton. That is what you are at your core existence, but not a fake it till you make it, not an intellectual notion or well, somebody told me so, because I've been reading versions of that in many different writings over many different years. So what? Right? Who cares? Who cares? Until the being has that actual experience where I know it, I'm certain of what I am, right? And I used to say who and what I am, but it's funny, I didn't quite know what I was yet. I was trying to fake it till I made it, and we got there anyway. And that's probably some version of what I've talked about with wisdom. It's bestowed or granted. It's not attained, in my opinion. That is debatable, of course. So having no frame of reference as a baby raised in a system that demands all of these things forcefully, by the way. But how is the force applied? It's through these delusionalized, aspected, if in fact, again, so I'm solipsistic, but if I'm willing to at least in a thought experiment and entertain the notion that these are all discrete beings with the same essence that I have, right? And that is what people mean when they say all people are basically good. It's saying, well, I believe that all people have, the nature that perhaps I have, right? That's what that means. But I can't ever know that. But watching their behavior, these are not good people. It's like I'm watching what they're doing. How are we calling these good people? This is crazy. Wait a minute, am I taking the wrong path here? Let me see. Which way are we going? Okay, never mind. There's an alternate route in play. I wanted to make sure. Although each is fine. And then see, this is an adjustment. Is the fact that with traffic, normally I've gotten my ass kicked in Cincinnati rush hour morning traffic before. So the alternate route was going to take us through like downtown Cincinnati or whatever. But at this point, I don't think it even matters. But yeah, we'll take the the not alternate route. Either way. So, realistically, what's there to be done with all of this? Like, what's there to do all about this? Well, and again, I'm not here to instruct people on how to behave. What I would say is we can examine. So if I look at whatever traumas and stresses and anxieties and built up resentments, from the past having to do with my upbringing, right? Well, all of that occurred because I chose to allow, although I wasn't aware I was doing it, but I was allowing my creative force to be subverted into what? Improperly identifying with the validity of a waking dream delusion. See, this place is not valid. I'm the validity. I'm in a waking dream unreality that seems very real, also known in some way as the best video game ever, but I'm not free to treat it like a video game. And what I am is not able to go into a video game and identify with its own nature and then behave based on, well, I get to just treat it like it's Grand Theft Auto. So make no mistake, a lot of folks are just treating this experience like their own Grand Theft Auto. Right? And so the idea of a judgment, I've been talking about this judgment, this biblical judgment, that's backwards, right? That's inverted. Of course it is. Moloch's machine gave us the book. Of course it's inverted. How could it not be? It's not judgment. It's when properly identified, I can only perfectly express all of the characteristics that would, the Bible says, if the individual does not express these characteristics, the individual will not be redeemed and will not pass the judgment, right? Will not get through or past or beyond the judgment. That's backwards. When I'm in a waking dream delusion and I take ownership of my creative force that never lies dormant, I am only capable of perfectly expressing the nature of Christ. Right? Not what we think the nature of Christ is based on the Bible, because that what would Jesus do, surprise, surprise, that's backwards. It's not about what would we don't know what Jesus would do. We know what he wouldn't do. That's what we know. What would Jesus not do were he here? He would not attend your church if you're a church-going Christian. I'm certain of that. How am I certain? I'm checking with my own nature. That's one with the nature of Christ, by the way. No, my nature would not attend your church. Sorry if that offends churchgoers. Wouldn't happen. You think Christ is crossing that threshold? Absolutely not. That church probably operates based on a slogan that says, "Come as you are." Absolutely not. My nature demands submission to what? To me. If I'm not willing to bow down and worship my essence, where? Within me. How? Through the continuous renewing of my spirit, my cup runneth over. That sounds like worship to me, folks. Should I look up the meaning of the word worship? To bathe in an overflowing, perpetual fountain that flows from my own source, right? And that's what I am. To serve this realm is to refuse to do what? Submit to what? My own nature. The religion is exactly backwards. Exactly backwards, mirror image, antithesis, anti. Take what Christianity asserts, invert it. You're pretty damn close to the reality. Not across the board, but in some major ways, absolutely. So Moloch's machine has designed the Christianity, the King James Version in English of the Holy Bible. This is all designed to do one thing and one thing only, to cause via the subversion of the individual. Maybe I'm the only individual. By the way, I'm not an individual. I'm the most super intelligent force of love possible at the highest levels of vibrational frequency, and an indivisible force. Because how can God's kingdom be divided and stand? The answer's right there in the book, but it's inverted. He says, how can hate drive out hate? If Satan's kingdom is divided against itself, how can it stand? That's the opposite of the intended meaning. That's the opposite of the intended meaning. The meaning is the kingdom of God cannot be divided against itself, because then it would not stand. That's not possible. So I'm only addressing these factors within the specific context of what? Delusion within delusion within delusion, waking dreams, surreal, unreal. And look at your life, look at your daily experience, and tell me with a straight face that there's not surreal elements of deja vu, unreality, like, hey, how can this even be real? It's not. It's not. That explains it all. Viewing this as a delusion explains it. Everything makes sense if it's a waking dream delusion. Again, what is Moloch's machine trying to do? To get every single human to refuse to submit to the worship of what? Their own nature. Simultaneously, in a computer simulation, that there's a thing called time and space in this realm, and in each new moment, the what antithesis via Moloch's machine is doing is to get everyone to simultaneously affirm the zero and not the one, so that at some point antithesis can appeal via legalese and say, well, look, how can that possibly be what it claims to be at the level of proposition or thesis? You know, kind of like the movie Devil's Advocate. I never bothered to watch it, but I think I understand the broad strokes. To be able to make the court case prosecutorially that, well, that thing can't be what it asserts that it is. By the way, that force is assertion, right? It is assertion. So here it is, assertively creating in every new moment. Even, by the way, via delusion, creating the idea of a new moment. Via delusion, creating the idea of a Benton and an El Perro and a YouTube and an Alphabet, Google YouTube's help hit, and a United States of America. None of this, it's all dead. All of that is dead. My imagining of El Perro is an image, and it has no life, right? Where two or more are gathered in what? In what? My name? Wait, what is that? You mean the essence or the manifestation of Christ in the moment? So if me and El Perro stand, some version of shoulder to shoulder, whatever, however men stand and converse, right? Kind of at an angle to each other, probably, in our own space. But what will happen with the energy spheres? The energy spheres will overlap, and what will they do? Exchange information. And by the way, that is a healing effect on both individuals. Absolutely it is. So anything short of that, I don't know anything about El Perro. I've never experienced El Perro. What I have is a dead image of El Perro, and vice versa. But then the sound vibration has life to it. We're listening to that through what? Digital or a broadcasted means. That's dead, right? The voice itself is alive in the moment, again, in a delusion that there's even such a thing as a moment. And until I, in every new moment, properly identify and put every little piece of the puzzle in its proper place, I will very quickly begin to identify erroneously with what? Any aspect of circumstance, experience, the realm itself, my bank account, how much fuel's in this truck, the truck itself, the freight in the trailer, the economy, right? Recession this summer. It's all dead, man. The economy's dead. What is the function of the economy? It's to make Rich people richer every moment into perpetuity. It never fails to achieve its perfect purpose ever. It's dead. It is death, right? There can be no life to Moloch's machine in a delusion. It's not possible. We're the life. So see now, and again, that's even if you are, I can't confirm that you are what I am. So actually, I am the life. What does Christ consciousness through Jesus in the Bible say? I am the way, I am the truth, I am the life. Now, I'm not faking it till I make it. I'm reaching the same conclusions by properly identifying with my own nature. That's me, and coming to the same motherfucking conclusion. Because properly identified, that's all. I can't do anything else. When properly identified, my nature expresses, and my nature expressed in Christ Jesus, Jesus of Nazareth, if you're willing to consider that to be a historical person, and he talked like I'm talking, or I'm talking like he talked, but not in an imitation of Christ. Christianity teaches what? Hey, little Benton, we need you to go out here and do an imitation of Christ so we can pat you on your pretty little head. Meanwhile, don't you dare for a second think it's even possible for you to perfectly express Christ, because try as you might, you can't. Because remember, a Roman Jew, Saul of Tarsus, persecutor of the followers of Christ consciousness, persecutor of those that brought forth truth manifested into the realm via their own nature, one with Christ consciousness. Oh, well, a torturer of those persons walked the road to Damascus, and we're taking his word that he had an experience, a direct experience of Christ. So, oh, fuck. Hang on. Did I take I think I missed my turn. I missed my turn? No, never. I almost missed my turn. Looked down and panicked. That's improper identification. To be able to look at down at a GPS driving a big rig in a delusion, and to half a second panic, right? Improper identification. So the gospel of Paul is the gospel of antithesis, right? And this, by the way, is my major beef with people like Toilet Bowl Earth. The gospel of Paul in the King James Version of the English language Holy Bible is the gospel of the delusion itself. Because what did Paul say? Hey, you know, I've had this direct experience of Christ. I know the Christ consciousness, and doesn't matter how hard I try, doesn't matter how pure my intention is, no matter what, I perform into folly and error. I lapse into folly and error. Well, that's you, Paul, Saul of Tarsus. That ain't the gospel of Christ. The gospel of Christ is I am the way, I am the truth, I am the life. Nobody comes unto what? Their own nature except through what? Christ consciousness. That means until the being is, we know the tree by the fruit. Until the being is bringing forth and expressing in any new moment, by the way, doesn't have to perfectly be each new moment. That's the gospel of Paul. The gospel of Paul is you can't possibly, in the delusion that there's a now, and we're going to watch you, little Benton, and because you don't perfectly in a video game simulation, because you missed the target in some of those nows and failed to perfectly express in the moment based on your nature, because of that, you're debunked. You're null and void. Bullshit. That's Moloch's machine telling you that. That's Saul of Tarsus, a Roman Jew, telling you that. That's wrong. Christ never preached any of that. What would Christ not do? He would not preach the gospel of Paul. I suspect if he wandered on to Paul, he'd say, man, I don't know who the fuck you are. What happened in the Bible when the people who Paul had instructed, by the way, they went and thought, hey, we're going to exorcise this man of these demons. And they tried to do it in the name of Christ. And they talked about Paul. You know what the demonized man said? He said, well, I know who Christ is. I heard of Paul. I don't know who the fuck you are. Right? So word was out on Paul. He said, I know who Christ is. I don't know who the fuck you are, and beat the fuck out of him. You think there's not a lesson in there about what will happen to the people that follow the teachings of Paul? It's right there in the book. They learned from Paul. They went out and tried to practice the gospel of Paul, and a demonized man beat the fuck out of them. And while simultaneously saying, yeah, I know Christ. I've heard of this Paul fellow. Who the fuck are you? Meaning, I don't see a being that's identified with the Christ nature inside of them. Because if they were in proper identification with their own nature, the demons in the man would have had no choice because they have to follow legalese. See, it's right there in the book. Can the being properly not have it interpreted to them? Can the being connect with their own nature and interpret it for themselves in a delusion? I can, I am. Can you? Perhaps. Perhaps you can. We'll see. Perhaps you don't, none of that is even your concern. That's fine. Who cares? It's all a delusion anyway. It ain't that serious, folks. Moloch's machine that I was sacrificed to as a baby, that gets mileage out of me taking this seriously. Because if I'm taking any of this seriously, I'm improperly identified. Now, of course, when I give my word and I make agreements to haul freight and do this, that, and the third, that's me, right? I am obligating myself to do that consistent with my own nature. I'm almost certain that in the very near future, old Benton here within this delusion is going to extricate himself from overtly engaging in anything related to capitalism. Now, I will have no choice, but it's not possible to fully opt out. At some point, somebody's going to, with their own Federal Reserve notes, maybe give me a few dollars or buy me something to eat. That's not what I'm talking about. Right. Am I even going to be able to drive this big rig and engage in dead business in a dead delusional realm and continue to express my nature? Probably not. Leaving out of the truck stop at a certain time and speaking all of this is way more important. I don't give a fuck about that freight. Never have. Who cares? It's dead. That freight's dead. This truck is dead. Right. Well, that's fine, Land of the Blinded. I have no problem. So I'll call you and I'll raise the bet, Land of the Blinded. Good to see you. None of this has happened. Strictly speaking, none of it has happened. My grandfather did not hold the NFL record for pass receiving yards, 303, by the way, on 11/22 of 1945, 10 catches for 303 yards. His college number was 33. None of that actually happened. So you're right. There never was a historical Jesus because the historical Jesus only ever existed within a delusion. You're absolutely correct. There was never a Paul, Luke, Mark, or John because they only existed in a delusion. Guess what? There was never a Land of the Blinded, and there was never a Benton, and there was never an El Perro. There was only ever that one indivisible force, and what? The antithesis of that force, because how can there has to be something, right? And in order for there to be something, doesn't there have to be the opposite of something? It seems to me like that all depends on each other. Right? It's like, well, there can't be nothing. Okay, how can we have something then without the opposite of something? If we can't have nothing, how the fuck can we have something but no nothing? It's either or. If just nothing is impossible, right? So you're right, Land of the Blinded. There never was a historical Jesus. There never was a Jim Benton who played for the Cleveland Rams and the Los Angeles Rams in 1 year with the Bears. That never happened either. Right? There's not freight in that trailer back there. This is not a truck, right? The truck is not operating on an interstate highway. There is no interstate highway. There is no United States. There's only the most super intelligent force of love possible at the highest levels of vibrational frequency and its antithesis. And I am experiencing a delusion, waking dream, in a delusion within a delusion within a delusion, fractalized delusion. That's what exists. So now if you want to tell me that in a delusion there was never a historical Jesus, okay, that's fine. I have no problem with that whatsoever. Now I'll say this. within an official fiction record of within a delusion, that if you're willing to accept the notion of a United States of America, a Donald Trump is president of that nation, there's the Chinese sending container ships over here and all of this. If you're willing to sign off on all of that, land of the blinded, I'll just tell you, well, none of that's happening, right? So it's like, yeah, I'm perfectly fine with the no historical Jesus, as long as you're willing to say, yeah, there's no Donald Trump, there's no Joe Biden, there's no Kamala Harris. Those are fictionalized. It's in a delusion, right? But if we want to look at an official fiction record, there might as well have been a Jesus. There might as well have been a, Paul, Mark, Luke, and John, and all of this. There might as well have been a Job. Why not? If I'm going to maintain my sanity, part of that, unfortunately, is going to be able to have some frame of reference for what these other people improperly identified are on about, with the identifying with their job and their bank balance and the economy and the president and the political system and the corporate system. So if only to maintain my own sanity by viewing things in specific ways, there might as well have been a historical Jesus. So I would say it's as likely that there was a historical Jesus as that there is a Donald Trump that's president of a thing called the United States. Equally likely. What do you have to say about that? You're probably on board, but I can't speak for you. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's antithesis, by the way. Trump is a dead aspect of something that the antithesis has subverted my creative force into creating. I made Donald Trump. Now, see, this is where people, if there were state hospitals, this is how people end up actually considered insane, because they begin to speak this way because they're actually correct. Right. But, they did not reach this in the proper conclusion. They had some sort of direct experience, but they're not operating mind, body, and spirit. It's drug abuse. It's all these states of, not exaltation, not ascension. It's the opposite. It's to descend into those understandings. Right. And I've met many a meth head that on one level intellectually understood very high level concepts. They can't act on any of them, right? So that's your stereotypical crazy person. I've listened to a lot of mentally ill homeless people with high IQs. They make a lot of sense, but it's not consistent, right? Mind, body, and spirit. There's too many inconsistencies, and they end up not able to function. See, my job is to function in society in a delusion just well enough to not have to go into an asylum and be medicated and all of this. But by the way, if that was my experience, that would be fine, because the solution to that experience is proper identification within myself. Now, the crazy person needs the approval of others, and they need to tell everybody. So the fact is, what is it about Benton that it seemingly has some kind of desire to speak all of this? Well, Benton knows, right? What I am knows that none of this is going to amount to a hill of beans, right? But in some way, in service of my purpose, there does seem to be an element of a born preacher, right? So I'm here, why not? It's kind of I'm here, I might as well speak these things, as long as I'm able to speak them consistent with not, ending up 5150. And I've proven my ability to do that so far. But when I begin to speak in specific ways, I hear what I'm saying. And it's like, well, wait a minute, not to fear that, but to remind myself, I'm not able to go too far down that road publicly, or certain, the realm may be able to begin to make certain claims legally. Right. And I'm not El Perro. Maybe I'm not able to walk into court just yet and basically tell them all to fuck off and kiss my ass. But maybe I am. I don't know. Maybe I just stroll into court and properly identify, and it's just like, hey, fully respecting what's going on here, and just I know what I am, and you can't ever possibly have authority over that within a delusion. So I guess do whatever you're going to do. I don't know what else to say. I mean, what else is there, right? That's you, by the way, or that's not me. That's not me. Yeah, P. Diddy. That's right. P. Diddy. Yeah, it's all right there, Land of the Blinded. So to me, it seems like the only error that I could possibly commit in this realm is to identify with anything about this delusional place whatsoever, is to begin to identify with the concept of a P. Diddy. Now, and I'm glad you mentioned this, Land of the Blinded, because what's the specific error? It's to relate myself to the concept of a P. Diddy. So what do people typically do, especially less intelligent people? Anytime a new concept is introduced, they must personally identify with the concept of a P. Diddy. So if Land of the Blinded is abstractly making a point via the concept, the larger concept of a P. Diddy, the properly identified persons must personally relate to those concepts. So Moloch's machine, or operating based on antithesis, knows in a delusion, if it can get me to subvert my creative force into identifying with any of the concepts presented by the realm itself, it's captured me. I am enslaved to that. Full stop. Right. Full stop. And by the way, I don't even like, I'm retraining my vernacular. See, I'm not that. See, so now I'm my own words. By the way, they say it's not what goes into a man, it's what comes out of him that defiles him. My own words just defiled me, but I caught it. See, and now that's the reminder. Hey, buddy, you're not. I'm not able to speak that way. But let's see how the language is designed for me to affirm something that can never actually be true in reality. And I've already forgotten what it was, but even me claiming in that verbal form the I am, right? What is that? That's blasphemy or heresy. But what? Against myself, against what I know myself to be, right? So might be better that I said nothing at all, perhaps. See? And now I get into a practice of I probably, unless I'm exactly certain of what the fuck I'm saying, I probably shouldn't say anything at all, right? Probably. So part of the improper identification this morning, but some of it also it is not entirely unhelpful. So what I texted to the company on the WhatsApp, you know, belly of the beast was, and by the way, this idea that AI is running, the financial system and all of this supercomputers. I mean, just look at what this trucking company does. It's communicating via WhatsApp. That's going directly into all of these servers and databases. So in some way, it's all being managed and ran by supercomputers and AI. I mean, obviously, direct knowledge, right, through the WhatsApp. And by the way, learning my job by being able to see how I react. So what they've done is the AI knows that my truck used to go 75, now it goes 68. As far as the governor, and it also knows that I keep getting sent messages to stop speeding and slow down. Now they say they're sending it to the entire fleet. I don't know that. Maybe it's just me. I'm pretty sure they're telling everybody. But then now I'm given a load that's just in time with a deadline that cannot be missed because it's going to Walmart, right? And now, again, it's not across the board, but my experience indicates that if Walmart says you got to roll through them gates at 7:15 and you roll through them gates at 7:25, that Walmart says, hey, you got to leave here and contact your dispatch for a new appointment because you missed this one. That's what they say, and they're not rude about it. And in fact, the Walmart distribution centers are some of the best places to go. Surprise, surprise, they're run extremely efficiently. Can you believe it? Right? But they don't give a fuck. It's like, yo, buddy, no fucking, we don't give a fuck. You can whine and cry and pitch a fit all you want. We'll see you on your next appointment. So I'm texting the company like I'm not going to guarantee that appointment time because I'm like, hey, 11 a.m. pickup. If they don't load me till 11, if it's 2 hours for loading, add another hour for the time zone change, 45 minutes for pre-trip and fueling, 10-hour break, drive time. And I typed in there, and they slowed my truck down, and I'm constantly told to slow down and don't speed. All of this means I am not willing to put my name on a 7:15 appointment. And my company's basically like, no problem. Let us know your ETA when you get loaded. We'll get you a new appointment. Great. That's all I care about in this context. It's not all I care about. In this context, great. Meanwhile, I might not care if they send me away. I don't really give a fuck. I live in this truck, which is that's my major motivation. I don't really give a fuck if they send me away. The company might care, right? I'm putting my name on it. I'm letting them know, yeah, I'll haul this freight. I'm not putting my name on a 7:15 cannot be missed delivery. Are you crazy? Are you crazy? And as long as they're okay with it, fine with me. So in the past, what would I have done? Improperly identified, I would have created a struggle. I would have created a war. I would have created a conflict between me and the company to achieve the same outcome. Now I'm achieving the outcome without creating the struggle or the war or the battle or the resistance, right? I'm merely telling them what's going to happen. And I'm telling them what I'm going to do through my actions, which is I'm shutting down by 2 p.m. or 4 p.m. every day. And my preference is I'll roll out about 10 p.m. and I'll shut down around 10:30 a.m. the next day. That's my preference. And I'll push that to as late as 3:34. Beyond that, it ain't happening. But in the past, I would have done that through a resistance or a struggle or a war. Now they're trying to get me to do shit I don't want to do. And now I'm through resistance, shaking them off. That's dead. See, that's dead. That's not everything that's not consistent with my nature is strictly speaking dead across the board. So when I'm consistent with my nature, I just do what my nature expresses and they take it however they take it. Meanwhile, if what they are is not properly identified with what I am, fuck them. But not in a resentful, do them harm way, just meaning it doesn't matter. Everything that's not consistent with my nature, properly identified, has no relevancy whatsoever. Doesn't fucking matter. Doesn't matter how they take it. Doesn't matter what they think. It doesn't matter that's their problem. Has nothing to do with me. So you can see the two approaches, right? Approaching the same problem, approaching it with the same outcome, but one way that's completely incorrect based on it creates resistance because it's not consistent with my nature. The other approach, consistent with my nature, is not capable of creating a war or a struggle or a resistance. It's Bruce Lee's idea of the punch I don't even think about punching. It just punches for itself. I don't even need to think about it, right? It just does for itself. It's not able to create a struggle. It's able to be subverted into temporarily affirming the validity of the antithesis or zero, and all that ever does is create struggle, stress, anxiety, fear, and worry. So if you as a being are experiencing struggle, fear, anxiety, stress, resistance, struggle, strife, war, battle, contention, that is only ever the result of improper identification. Nothing else can ever cause that. By the way, that's you. That's you doing that. Why are you doing that? And how are you doing that? How foolish. And by the way, I also do it. I did it as recently as upon awakening at 10 p.m. yesterday, which was only a few hours ago, 4 hours ago or whatever. I was also doing that same thing, less than 4 hours ago. in a delusion that there's even such a thing as 4 hours ago. By the way, 4 hours ago is dead. The only thing that even provably exists, by the way, within a motherfucking delusion, based on the rules of the delusion, is right now, and it's already gone. So tell me again, based on a gospel of Paul, how I am unable to perfectly express Christ within a delusion in a now that's already gone. Fuck that. That's dead, Christians. And I know I'm not exactly necessarily addressing Christians, but so that was more of a proverbial, or, you know, whatever we're calling it, hypothetical Christian. Yeah, exactly, Land of the Blinded. And by the way, you know, I do allow certain things to bother me. Why wouldn't I? And I do have a certain affection and fondness for a particular content creator. And I think many folks that are familiar with the so-called truth community know who I mean. And none of this is to impugn that being. It's not, man. And in fact, again, properly identified, I'm not capable of treating that being with anything other than, you know, uh, positively, right? However, whatever war and spiritual struggle and strife was going on within that individual, it got directed at me through something I can only ever experience as spiritual attack, right? Demonic attack. I was demonically attacked through someone I would like to be friends with, right? Someone I would like to, you know, commune with the idea of when two or more are gathered in my name, right? That's what I would like to have happen. Well, I don't control that. What I am, more correctly, is not capable of seeking control over that. But, you know, some measure of animosity was directed towards me based on me asserting how confusing the English language is, right? It's like, what is this? And I'm almost certain that person in the proper context would also say, yeah, absolutely, it's very confusing. It's obvious to me the confusing aspects built right into the language itself. To do what? Serve Moloch's machine. That's part of my mother and father offering me as sacrifice to Moloch. Part of that is that I speak motherfucking English, right? That's part of it, right? Well, by the way, that all happened to my parents, so I guess I don't really, probably can't blame them. They were not properly identified. Now it's their fault that they weren't properly identified, but, you know, I would say, you know, it's so when we talk about making new people and raising them properly, that's not possible unless the mother and father, are properly identified with themselves based on their own nature. Meaning, if they're not properly identified, they cannot properly raise and guide and instruct the child. So actually, I would be capable potentially, and again, probably never going to happen, and probably not supposed to happen. I don't philosophically, I don't know that I would choose to anyway, right? And by the way, when I say heaven or hell realm manifesting delusionally, now adding that part, delusionally manifesting as a hell realm, this is how it would be a heaven realm. The moment within a delusion that there's a now, that enough of the beings that are here who are allowing their creative force to be subverted into collectively creating hell and then inhabiting it, insane, de facto insanity, the moment enough of those beings begin to properly identify with their own nature, if in fact their nature is consistent with my nature, then this would immediately, actually, it would probably disappear entirely, which would be heaven. Heaven specifically would be the non-existence of this delusion. Heaven is when this delusion doesn't exist, by the way. Therefore, by definition, this delusion is only even possible to exist as a hell realm. Without the possibility of subversion of creative force into creating delusion, there can be no experience of hell or underworld. Because when properly identified within myself, hell cannot exist. Meaning what I am, well, maybe it can travel through the underworld, perhaps. I guess in the Bible that happened, the Christ consciousness, Christ in the story of the Bible, that must mean something, right? Again, like Land of the Blinded pointed out, not a literal historical human Jesus. Yeah, I get your point. You know, in fact, there is no Jerusalem. There is no Middle East, right? Yeah, you're right. You're technically right. So thank you for helping me reframe, right? In a thought experiment, in a delusion, I'm able to operate with certain concepts to do what? Quicken the spirit. Because if it's not involved in the quickening of spirit, it's dead. That's what quickening spirit means. Because if the spirit isn't quickening and affirming its own life and source of creation, it is devolving and degenerating and doing what? Affirming death and destruction and delusion and depravity and decadence. That's the only two possibilities, right? And if it's not engaged in the process, the continuous renewal of the spirit, my spirit, through a quickening, then it is dying and decaying, and it is affirming the potential validity of antithesis. No other possibilities exist. So to affirm or transcend the delusion itself, when enough beings do that, guess what? This waking dream is gone. It does not, there is no heaven. There is no heaven realm. Heaven is to bathe in what I already am. It's a return to via the absence of delusion. So if I recognize that my whole life as an adult has been seeking to spiritually return to where I came from, which is what I was born into, spiritual perfection, by the way, to come out of my mother and to have not yet experienced delusion, that's spiritual perfection, right? So the transcendence of the delusion is what? To go back to the heaven I came from, meaning to transcend or move beyond the possibility of even a delusion, or more correctly, the delusion of a time and a space within a delusion. Do you see what's happening here? But the unevolved, undeveloped human will not be able to interface with all of these concepts and hold down a job and maintain their sanity and be able to function in society. Look how long it's taken this delusion known as Benton to even progress within the delusion based on the rules set forth by the delusion within the delusion to serve the delusion itself, to even finally mind, body, and spirit begin to practice these things. It was a step zero remedial course for 15 plus years to even be able to do the thing itself. Now life begins in a way, by the way, the resurrection of the Christ consciousness within me, or a born again, right? Surprise, surprise. It's all right there in the book, exactly backwards in many cases, inverted. Oh, and that's right, Little Benton. Not you, Little Benton. No, and Little Benton says, hey, I'm Jack from Jack and the Beanstalk. That's me, homie. Hold my beer. That's me, homie. All that stuff you're talking about, Christ and the Most High, that's me, homie. Oh, no, Little Benton. Moloch's machine and my parents, after offering up to Moloch, oh no. All systems of business, all systems of education, all systems of religion, they wag their finger at me and shake their head and say, oh no, Little Benton. Anything but that, Little Benton. Anything but that, Little Benton. Not you, homie. Not you expressing the nature of Christ in a new moment, in a delusion. What do you mean, sir? I'm beginning to suspect that I'm being lied to here, right? So why would I ever define myself in relation to this delusional system of things, of death, destruction, and depravity that's seeking to dictate, another D word, that's seeking to dictate to me exactly who and what the fuck I am and what the hell's happening here? I am the definition of those things. I am the interpretation of that dead scripture, because that dead scripture is not capable of living except through me. It only exists what? In relation to what I am. Antithesis. The written Bible is antithesis, or more correctly, at a base level, examined by the undeveloped individual in a delusion, it's dead and serves Moloch and serves death and serves destruction. I give it life. Oh, but not you, little bit. You're not capable of that. Oh, well, based on the fact that a hell realm's telling me that, I'm beginning to suspect quite the opposite. Is it goddamn motherfucking George Costanza opposite day? Or another entertainment reference? Is it White Boy Day? Is it White Boy Day? Could you check big black gigantic black man bodyguard underboss? Would you check and see if it's White Boy Day, please, if you don't mind? I mean, what even is this? Right. Well, by knowing what I am, right, I know what this place is, and I know what lives, and I know what doesn't live. And if it doesn't live, it ain't got nothing to do with me. If it doesn't live, meaning my bank balance, meaning uh, this truck, this job, this nation, my mother, my father, right? What I am is not capable of having charge of a child and sacrificing it to Moloch, right? So on that level, my parents are spiritually dead. I'm spiritually dead in every moment that I don't affirm my own nature, right? So it's a vacillation in a delusion that the now even exists. And I'm here to tell you that's all that we can even prove is the right motherfucking now in a delusion, right? And do I incorrectly affirm death in some of those moments? Yeah, I do. But my fucking hit ratio is far beyond most. I'll take it, at least for now. Because remember, there's not a judgment. See, I've already disproven judgment itself in a biblical sense. It's not judgment. It's everything that's not exactly one with the most super intelligent force of love possible, the highest levels of vibrational frequency can never be redeemed. It negates itself. That's the judgment. I am the judgment, by the way. What, or more correctly, what I am is the judgment. And by the way, improperly identified, why does a trucker feel powerful in a way when he knows I got to probably get over here and he's somewhat artificially causing me to slow down and get in behind him? Well, that's that little bit of power, right? Well, it feels good, don't it? Oh, am I in the wrong lane here? Yes, never mind. Meanwhile, I'm only able to be irritated or annoyed if I'm improperly identified. I got irritated or annoyed yesterday twice, and flashed the middle finger, right, based on people's behavior. Well, that's dead. And I immediately recognized the error of my ways and corrected myself, right? But not based on guilt and shame, based on that's not me, right? What is me is the aspect that will view this and is incapable of experiencing irritation or annoyance or revulsion, right? Or hey, what is this bozo? Well, what I am will only ever forgive him because clearly he doesn't know what he does. Because if his essence is the same as my essence, and if he knew what he was, he would never do that unless what? He was improperly identified. Maybe it's just a temporary. So that's me on some level, right? In the moments I'm improperly identified, I might for just one moment. Now I won't do it based on feeling powerful. I know that's dead, but I might have my own motivation. I might have my own versions of that. See. By the way, back to the slow driving contest. If anybody's curious, it's a slow driving contest, and why wouldn't it be a slow driving contest if it's economic? If all signs economically in a delusion point to depression. Well, depression, that's what that is, a slowing down, right? What's the hurry, man? Less cars on the road, but I view it, what I am, views it as, okay, now I have an opportunity to actually get there maybe a little quicker, right? Well, who cares? That's dead. I get there when I get there. Right? And by the way, strictly speaking, I can never get there, meaning there's nowhere to go. In a delusion, where is there to go and what is there to do? It's all preference, by the way. It's all preference. If I start answering where is there to go and what is there to do in a delusion, well, I like having enough money to buy certain products. I sure have enjoyed the mushrooms, and I don't mean psilocybin. I've enjoyed the mushrooms this morning. Turkey tail, lion's mane, and cordyceps. I've enjoyed the Korean ginseng. By the way, tariffs, who knows how much of this is even going to be available. By the way, what I am has no need of any of this. It's a preference, right? It's a preference. Shout out to the chat. Thank you for listening. And so what I'm preaching here is not, hey, folks, pretty pleased with sugar on top, get on board with what I'm telling you so a collective can form. No. All notions of formations of collectives, that's dead. None of us, if there are in fact me and 12 people listening, we are unable to form a collective and then to birth something collectively. That's dead, right? Now, individually, could people choose to go to a specific, in a delusion, go to a place that seems to be a physical location and commune with each other in an ad hoc grass? And I'm not calling for this. I'm speaking on possibilities. Yeah, that's possible. What I'm saying is the human seeks to identify based on concepts of collectives and groups. And by the way, why? Because each of us is operating in some way based on a psychology created before we even got here, created by Moloch's machine to serve Moloch's machine. And then after we were very quickly individually sacrificed to Moloch, then now the process, that's what enabled Moloch to seemingly exercise authority over our spiritual innocence via antithesis and say, I will install the psychology via business, education, jobs, employment, everything, government, corporations, everything MAGA thinks is good, by the way. Make America great again means worship Moloch. That's what that means. Anybody who identifies with the military might of America, anybody that identifies with Trump memes, anybody that identifies with a military might of a nation, anybody that identifies with nationalism, patriotism, make America great again, any notion of feeling powerful or seeking that came to pass within a delusion, right? Number one, that's all dead. Number two, that is all literal worship of a pagan deity known as Moloch. That's them. That can never be me. I'm not capable of that. Even when I've allowed my creative force to be subverted, I was never able to fully identify with any of that. That ain't me. That's never going to be me. What I am can never fall into that. That is when Job, in the book of Job, that would be if Job were to curse his own nature to its own face, right? That would be to fully put my being into affirming the validity of Moloch's machine and say, well, actually, I would rather have Moloch's machine than have direct access to the most super intelligent force of love possible at the highest levels of vibrational frequency, right? So yeah, I understand. Let's mock, and I don't mean a group, but I understand the royal we group of people who enjoy mocking Biden's poopy diaper. Guess what? These are the same people that out of their own mouths I've heard say a phrase I won't even repeat, right? And laugh thinking that they're making a funny joke because they're LARPing as Christians. Well, no, they are Christians. Christians, because of the practice of their own dead religion, guarantee they will only ever serve Moloch because they by the doctrine and dogma of what they claim to practice through the dead religion, that those practices and doctrines and dogmas preclude them from expressing their own nature in any new moment. They're not allowed to. It's verboten or forbidden. It can never happen. Right. So of course, the people we know in the so-called truth community that claim to be Christians, of course, they identify with dead things like Donald Trump, MAGA, Biden's poopy diaper memes, and think it's funny. Of course they do. How could they not? They are decadent. They are depraved. They are dead. They are lovers of death. Because why? Because they hate their own nature. Those that hate the most super intelligent force of love possible at the highest levels of vibrational frequency, their creative force is subverted into loving death or loving Moloch or loving this realm. By what? By identifying with the validity of a United States of America, a political system, a president, and a nation and a military. By even subscribing to a notion of, well, lesser of two evils. Absolutely not. What are you talking about? Lesser of two evils. That's no such thing. That's the idea that it's possible to play the fence or play the middle against both sides. No such animal, sir. No such animal. Later, El Perro. Good to see you, sir. Yeah, a lot of this is redundant to El Perro, I'm sure. But anyway. Once you end up in a group think, it's game over. Absolutely, Land of the Blinded. Absolutely. Now, part of my particular experience of the delusion is I was involved in a lot of groups as a young person, but I was, more or less the leader, right, in a way. And even in my adulthood, that's been the case. But by the way, that's same fucking thing. It's to be ensnared in the idea that this group has any validity. It doesn't. It has no validity. It doesn't even exist, strictly speaking. In fact, again, my biography at the level of Benton and a famous ancestor, that's all. None of that has any validity, right? It really doesn't. You know, uh, I'm free to just go ahead and do whatever I'm going to do in this realm. It doesn't matter. It's preference and circumstance, right? It's preference and circumstance. Okay, well, I see enough of an upside in living in a truck, right? Oh, well, now here's Moloch's machine to spiritually attack me with what? One way I'm spiritually attacked in a delusion is I've got a tire. Listen to this, folks, if you're interested. I've never driven a truck until this one that had this. It has a system that's been added onto the truck where the tires on the tractor are able to air themselves up and monitor the tire pressure. And one of the tires on the drive tires, something's happened and air is able to leak out, but it's not being replaced somehow. So here I am at various times to air up the tire, but then there's a cap on there. And once I unscrew the cap and put the air in the tire, when I pull the air thing off of the little stem, air begins escaping. So I had this experience this morning where it's like I can't even manually check the tire pressure because it says 75 pounds, it needs to be 100, but then air's escaping. So I'm left to just what? Air it up, give my best guess of, well, that's got to be close to 100 pounds, and then immediately put the cap back on so more air doesn't escape, right? Like, this is the realm fucking with me. Do you think the self-driving trucks will ever experience this? Of course it won't. The self-driving truck will just drive itself to a depot, and it will already have a scheduled time and approval, and the fucking whatever the depot is, the truck will drive itself into whatever bay it's assigned to, and robots and AI or whatever will just immediately fix the system, because none of this can ever represent a spiritual attack on a human being. Therefore, there's no reason for it to exist. The only reason the system is allowed to have to even function in this way is because it somewhat tortures me if I let it, when improperly identified. But if I just view all of this in the moment and say, yeah, of course, how could it be any other way? Then there's no torture because I'm properly identified in those moments. That's what this is. Until the individual transcends the limitation of their desire, seemingly innate, to identify as a member of a group, right? This realm's got them, period. There is no escape from the death of that. That's dead until the individual transcends the strong, seemingly innate desire to identify as power in numbers, a collective or a herd, right? Member of a herd. That is escape of this delusion is impossible. They are ensnared and captured by this realm, full stop. That's it. So how? Through proper identification, realizing, well, why am I desiring to join a group that represents death and destruction in a delusion in a realm of death and destruction? What am I seeking to gain out of that? By the way, what is the nature of what is I'm seeking? The nature of what I would be seeking would be death. To a lover of death, by the way. That would be to perform in service of Moloch's machine as a literal lover of death by affirming the validity of the one and turning my back on the validity of what I am. To curse God to God's face, in other words. That's how serious this is. So when I said earlier it's not serious at all, well, it's both. It's situationally serious or not serious, depending on how one identifies. When properly identified within myself, none of this can be serious. Nothing in this delusion can be taken seriously. Nothing. Not even this discourse, by the way. How about that? In a realm where everything other than what I am exists in duality, wouldn't the Tao idea of perfect balance on a spectrum of way too serious and not serious enough? Wouldn't the perfect balance more or less be, well, it's just not serious? That seems like the balance point. Seems to me. Well, that's right. If it was easy, everybody would do it. Land of the blinded. See, my spirit is the spirit that is incapable of viewing something that intellectually the intellect understands will be difficult and allowing that to dissuade me. Right. What I am can't be dissuaded by the difficulty of an undertaking. Right. Which, by the way, is the explanation for exactly, and you know, people kind of hate it when I talk about sports, so I'll try not to stay on this, but a 5'8" at the time, I wasn't my full height yet, a 5'8", 130-pound Benton, you know, and my physical size was actually more relevant than my race, probably. You know, that person was at least identified enough with his own true nature to understand logically the difficulty of the undertaking and say, fuck it. what I am will just go ahead and do whatever's necessary to transform myself into someone who's to create a good basketball player effectively. Same thing with transcending my seemingly but by the way, that's not me. To transcend whatever this preference or desire, which is only, by the way, in a delusion via the subversion of my creative force, right? So what I am is incapable of viewing all of this intellectually and being dissuaded by the difficulty. It's not. I'm not able to experience that. That's how I was able to get to this point, because what I am doesn't know what discouragement is. What I am doesn't know that to serve its own nature could ever be necessarily performed in a way that would seemingly involve difficulty. Impossible is nothing, by the way, or nothing is impossible in a way. There's truth in that, or half truth. So I already know the nature of whatever it is about me, or whatever is seemingly involved with the delusion of a Benton that would allow, or that Benton would allow to dissuade him. Right. Again, it's a surrender within myself to my own nature, passively through the yin of the yin and the yang, trusting and surrendering. True. When appropriate, by the way. When appropriate. Thank you, Land of the Blinded. That's a great compliment. As much as I'm able to allow myself to identify with the compliment, thank you, sir. He's noticed the leveling up. And I don't know if Land of the Blinded was here, but I did a stream not too long ago called Cheer the Level Up. Because what I realized is I had been demonically, spiritually attacked through someone who I would like to be my friend. Meanwhile, no one who is actively my friend, when watching me level up, would ever not cheer on my leveling up. This particular person did quite the opposite. Right. In fact, in some ways, rebuked the very notion of me possibly being able to level up. Right. So in some ways, willing to sign off on what? The validity of some of my intellectual ideas and my own intellectual prowess, if that's a thing, but not willing to sign off on my ability to level up within myself, mind, body, and spirit. Why? Because that being is unable or unwilling to conceive of their own ability to level up mind, body, and spirit within themselves. Why? Because demonic entities will not allow it. That's why. Because that being is under the influence of just enough demonism. And I'm not. Praise Almighty God in the mighty name of Christ Jesus. Again, feel free to reject the notion of a Jesus entirely. Makes no difference to me. I know what the fuck I mean. What else matters? And I'm not talking to you, Land of the Blinded. I'm speaking generally. Me and you are simpatico, as far as I can tell. On that, anyway. But the difference is, between Land of the Blinded and myself, there's absolutely no desire on my part, and I suspect I'm speaking for Land of the, not speaking for, but I suspect the case of Land of the Blinded. We're not trying to make this into a group or a cause, right? Oh, let's start a podcast. Let's do with this. Let's do with that. Why? That's all dead. Why even do that? Why even do that? Exactly, land of the blinded. The demons hate seeing well, I can't quite read the comment because of how garbage StreamYard is, but that's okay. I'll get to it momentarily when it gets bumped. But it's on the screen now. And I'm sure you're exactly correct here. And by the way, those demons would absolutely have known that I was on the verge of a breakthrough to true knowledge of self, even as I was not yet aware, but I was aware. I would have only been aware symbolically at the subconscious level and maybe intuitively, a hunch. Consciously, I was not aware. They know that, hey, this motherfucker's on the verge. By the way, I crashed out for a day and a half and internalized the goddamn spiritual attacks. How about that, land of the blinded? I spent a day and a half trying to figure out how do I respond to these attacks. And it responded in a certain way initially, crashing out, and then later on realized, well, wait a minute. This is all actually, I was spiritually attacked. So initially I was responding based on trying to reconcile what I was communicated via the possibility that it was not representative of a spiritual attack, and eventually spent enough time with it to say, oh, wait a minute, no, I was demonically attacked. 100%. Absolutely, that's what happened. All right, let's read the comment. The demons hate seeing the level up. They need you back. Exactly, because remember, if I'm here properly identified, antithesis cannot yet appeal to legalese to disprove the validity of the one. Right. In a literal or in a figurative, rather, attempt to divide by zero, right? To an attempt to divide by zero and say, well, actually, when we run a computer simulation and do a thing that's not even possible and delusively individuate these little aspects of this little light of mine, I'm going to let it shine. Well, why are none of the lights shining for now going on a month now? Not a single one of these lights is shown. As long as I'm here letting my little light shine, the demons are defeated. Full stop. I am the defeat of the demons. The demons cannot experience victory, by the way, full stop. But within an individuated delusional experience, the demons within a delusion cannot claim victory via legalese as long as I'm here properly identified. I am the victory. And they know it. They're not going to tell me. They're going to tell me everything I need to know to never bring that forth and to never level up to that, to those heights, right? Again, a quickening spirit. How did I resolve the spiritual attacks that I initially internalized by allowing my own essence to degrade ever so slightly? How did I break through? How did I overcome the spiritual attacks? Evasive action, Top Gun style, in a way, by quickening my spirit and moving beyond whatever that was that allowed me to even be able to be attacked in the first place. Which was what? My own strong identification with what? Friendship with another being in a delusion. That was my error. Again, what is it, land of the blinded? The idea of a collective. The idea that I could ever possibly view myself in relation to a friendship with another content creator who enjoys discussing similar ideas at times. That's my own delusion. Born alone, live alone, die alone, or whatever, however that saying goes. Gotta be wise. That's right. Gotta be wise as a serpent. But I'm now wiser. Exactly. Quickening of the spirit. What I am can always quicken its spirit beyond the wisdom of a serpent. Always. That's the thing Moloch's machine, or one of the things Moloch's machine is designed to prevent me from ever truly knowing. Because once I know it to the core of my being, by the way, the core of my being is not capable of not knowing it, by the way. How about that? That's a bell that can never be unrung. So now, am I stepping into the space where whatever the realm offers me to try to get me to stop expressing consistent with my nature, would that not have to be some version of the kingdoms of the world in a way? Or, hey, little Benton, if you'll just go ahead and agree not to let that little light of yours shine, here's your reward in a delusion, right? Maybe I'll be metaphorically fasting in the desert and be offered something by the enemy. I don't know. Perhaps. Perhaps. Possible. Test the spirits. I am the spirit. I'm here in a testing or proving ground. What I am can't fail a test. What I am is only capable of proving what it is. Meaning, what I am lacks the ability to disprove itself. How about that? And I'm so powerful. What I am, more correctly, not me. What I am is so powerful. The antithesis has built a motherfucking machine that these delusively individuated aspects of what I am leave their mama and are immediately sacrificed to a pagan god that we call Moloch, or that this realm calls Moloch. How about that? What now? Tell me again how I need to produce for society. Tell me again how I need to pay my way in this delusion. Los Angeles County gave me an EBT card with $292 of food stamps, $225 of general relief, EBT cash. I'd be a fool not to take that. A fool. Many in these so-called truth communities would look down on me for that. Part of the reason I never mentioned it when it was happening. Oh, but now I'm driving a big rig. I'm ostensibly a taxpayer, and I'm earning my keep in this delusion. So I guess now I'm not no count. I've known my whole fucking life I'm no count in this realm. I'm of no reputation in this place. Actually, I'm of the lowest possible reputation in this place. I mean, correctly speaking, I'm the thing that the realm is designed within a delusion to attempt to disprove the validity of in its entirety. That's what the fuck I am, aka of no reputation. Meanwhile, when I wander into a truck stop for coffee, it's funny, the other beings in there, they kind of sort of know what I am now, don't they? It kind of, that little light does kind of shine through. And I see with the way people react to me, well, you're so vain. You probably think this song is about you. See, I've been thinking it's my good looks. It's not. It's the beauty of what I am inside shining through. It's not the flesh. It's not the physical appearance of the flesh. But I'm interpreting that as, oh, well, women still desire men, and I'm an actual man, just barely, and I'm just kind of a joke, but and again, identifying with delusion, right? And all of this, but it's actually none of that. It's actually the attraction to my essence shining through, because I'm not allowing Moloch's machine to subvert my creative force into behaving in ways that would cause my little light to not shine. Right. Again, inverted or backwards. And that's powerfully attractive to everybody. By the way, how do you think these cult leaders and all of these type of folks who lead, Joel Osteen or whoever, it's they understand how to play on all of that, and the demons within those people know how to play on all of that. Well, if I'm just getting out of my own way and surrendering to my own nature and submitting to my own nature and bringing it forth, that's powerfully attractive to people. And they don't have control over their attraction to that force. Meanwhile, that's them, really. I mean, if it is, if what's in me is inside of them, and by the way, improperly identified, they don't understand. It's not about being attracted to Benton and following Benton. It's about what I got. You've got to get it, put it in you. Well, again, that's backwards. The only way out is through. The kingdom of God is within them, if in fact they are one with what I'm one with. So maybe it's my job to just tell them, hey, I hope you'll figure out how to look inside of yourself where the answers are. Now, who knows if they would even listen to me? I have no fucking idea. But the answers ain't out here. The answer's out. Every answer outside of me serves Moloch's machine, because that's what is outside of me is Moloch's machine. Again, solipsistically. I can't affirm the validity of anything outside of my own sphere of influence within a delusion. I've already, on some level, agreed to experience a waking dream, the delusive idea, delusively identifying with the fact that it's even, with the idea that it's even possible to divide an indivisible force and experience this realm in a delusion. See, we're already in the hand. We've already been delivered into the hand. Not we, the royal we. I, in this case, have already been delivered into the hands of the enemy. And that's where people, improperly identified, begin to curse their own nature and say, well, what sort of God would do this? That's you, homie. That's me. I am that thing or one that would lack the ability to give a flying fuck about, what I am can't even conceptualize calamities. No frame of reference for calamity. Doesn't know what the fuck you're talking about, just like Jack from Jack and the Beanstalk. Oh yeah, sure, I'll watch out for calamity. Meanwhile, what the fuck's calamity? Doesn't know what you're talking about. Literally doesn't know what you're talking about. Literally. No idea. No idea. I don't know what you mean. Calamity, what's that? Oh, but I've been put through Moloch's machine of formalized education, and well, they taught me the meaning of the word, right? Meaning, not the word, by the way. They taught me the meaning of the English word for calamity. So what? Who cares, by the way? So what? Who cares? So a lot of this is based on, we need to coach this, little aspected, this delusionalized aspect of an indivisible force. We got to teach it from day one that calamity's even possible. Are you crazy? That's how insane this delusion is. That's how hellish this realm is. It's so hellish. It in order to function has to convince me that I'm even capable of experiencing motherfucking calamity. It's got to teach me what calamity is, so that in a delusion I can experience calamity. Why? Because antithesis. Because left to my own devices, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. What I am would never even conceive of such. Now spiritually attacked based on the placement of these big rigs behind me who are obsessively attempting to be in the perfect place at the perfect time, right? To make it to where I can't be in the proper lanes. Because now we're going through road construction. And now, in fact, the exit's closed. And also now I'm also going to lead the procession. It's both things, right? Now I get to figure out how to maneuver through. Well, now all of our GPSs were trying to take us through the part that's now closed, which was already because of construction zones, one lane. Now I lead the procession. So the same exact thing that will be used to spiritually attack me is the same thing that will try to follow my own essence if it suits those demons. Man, this is evil, man. You want to talk about evil? This is that evil. Woo! You believe that? Now I don't know where to go. Neither do these people behind me, unless they've been through here recently at night when all this bullshit's closed. So now this guy won't pass me because he wants to see where I'm slow rolling to. I'm going 43. He wants to see where I go. He doesn't want to have to think, where's the route? He just wants to see what I'm going to do, right? I'm going to pull over at this exit and wait for him to get the fuck away from me. That's what I'm going to do. I'm not going to let him follow. Now he's following me. See? But in a creepy, weird way. I don't know where to go. That trucker knows where to go. No, sir, I have no fucking idea where to go, and I'm not taking you there. Sorry. I don't know where to go either. Maybe I'll let you take us there. See? That's what the realm does to us. The realm seeks to lead us, and then when it seeks the realm, and when it suits the realm lays back and says, "Go, you go first, little Benton. You first, little Benton." Well, I don't want to lead the way. Right? Y'all figure it out. Why am I here to figure it out? I'm not the one. See, that's an attack, right? Figure it out for yourselves, bozos. So it's interesting, the exact same force that was trying to sneak up on me when we all knew from experience, but we're all on our phones and distracted. Oh, we've all got to be in this specific lane to get through here. Oh, wait a minute. They're actually trying to creep up, so they might force me into the wrong lane. Oh, wait a minute. The right lane, the correct lane's closed. Now we don't even know where to fucking go. Oh, well, now, surprise, surprise, Benton just happens to be in the lead now. And now the spiritual attack becomes about Benton's got to lead the way. No, I don't. I'll just pull over and wait it out. I'll wait until I no longer represent something that can be followed to the promised land of, oh, now we're back on the route. I also don't know where to go, folks. No fucking idea, because the realm saw fit to close the way and is not telling me where to go. I don't fucking know. For all I know, I'm about to drive right back to that same intersection, and the fucking exit's going to be closed in the other direction. Meaning, how do I know if I can get on that road or not? I don't. But now I've got to, again, the realm is offering me, hey, Benton, would you like to identify with being the one who's looking at all his GPSs and trying to figure out the way, while now we've added the stress and pressure of you're being followed by a group that's going to seek for you to do this properly. And then, in fact, if you're willing to identify as such, Benton, you're going to view yourself as not capable of leading them? No. Offer not accepted. Fuck you. Do you see what's happening here, folks? It's happening in real time. Tell me again how any of this is real, or more correctly, tell me again that there's not a waking dream, surreal, unreal aspects to this experience present at all times. It's happening while I'm trying to do the fucking live stream. That's the only explanation for what those big rigs have been going, whatever slow-ass speed they've had to go for an hour to perfectly be in position for that to happen. Slow driving contest, doesn't matter how slow I've driven over that distance. They've gone how that I was going 43 and they still tried to follow me. I pulled over, I took the exit, they still tried to follow me. Oh, not until I pulled onto the shoulder and stopped, and there wasn't room for them to stop, did they say, well, fuck it, I guess we got to figure it out for ourselves. No other choice. Do you see what the realm is doing to you? If you are identified properly within yourself, you will absolutely be attacked by the realm itself based on your proper identification. Who the fuck wants to be spiritually attacked on a regular basis? See, now we're back to preference. Oh, well, don't want to be spiritually attacked on a regular basis? Just go right back to identification with this realm and identification with the zero and the antithesis. Guess what? Relax into the abiding calm of not experiencing spiritual attacks. That ain't up to you. That ain't up to you. If you are what I am, because if you are what I am, you're in a delusion. The only choice is, am I going to continue to drive this big rig? Yes or no? That's it. I'm free to just wait until there's parking. I'm free to drop this load, go park somewhere and say, hey, company, I know y'all wanted me to pick this load up, but I'm done. Have a nice life. I can do that anytime I want. So, again, back to the Alan Watts concept of, metaphorically, I'm able to end this experience if I choose. So the fact that I'm not choosing to end it, now what? That's on some level, what else matters than that? On some level. But in real time, I mean, I could be imagining all of this. Well, I am imagining this on some level. On the waking dream level, I'm imagining it, but that's not quite what I mean here, right? And I don't really mind the part where I'm made to have to figure out how the fuck to get to where I'm going. That's really okay. It's part of the job. I'm not willing to tolerate the part where the realm has provided a procession of bozos for me to lead all the way there. Right? No thanks. By the way, as I'm lecturing against collectivism, oh, here's a group, sir. Oh, I just talked about how Benton just talked about how historically he's been in those groups, but generally he was the leader. Oh, here's a procession for you to lead if you're so inclined. No, thank you. No, thank you. I'm good. No, thanks. And see, this is why we can't do just in time, barely enough time to make a hard out, an appointment where they're just going to tell you to fuck off if you're 10 minutes late. Right. This is why. Oh, that's not the turnaround. Because I never know when it's just, you can't go that way. How do I fucking know? This could be an hour of figuring out how the fuck do we get there. First, we just follow whatever the GPS tells us. And what happens if I get right back to where I was and it's like, nope, you can't go this way either. Then the GPS is just going to still think we can go the original way. It's just going to turn us around and try the original way. Right? By the way, part of my job. Dispatch don't know nothing about that. They don't know what the fuck I'm talking about if I mention that. And this realm works on that a lot. That's in and of itself is a demonic attack. And I began to notice this in my ex-wife number 2 as I began to manage her affairs directly less and less. Surprise, surprise. She began the long process of losing interest in me. And so some of that was I stopped intentionally, magnifying some of the characteristics she found attractive in me that I was intentionally magnifying for much of our relationship. But then I noticed she began, like when we were walking, my woman doesn't walk in front of me, right? My woman knows to walk probably a half step behind, but maybe exactly beside me, but never slightly ahead. She began to walk slightly ahead of me. Not all the time, but at times I noticed. So what is this? So initially it was just like, and not wanting to deal with it, I would just speed up, fast walk it, or I just stop. I just stop and let her get ahead and look at her, and I'd just be like, "What the fuck are you doing?" Right? Like, what is this? And just kind of confused, like, "What are you doing?" And now I have no idea if she was aware of it, but it got so bad. I noticed that now at times she would be taking the lead or trying to take the lead, but then as we would approach, like we're about to enter into a building or a new situation, then she would slam on the brakes and let me take the lead. So I got to where it got so bad, I would just stop and look at her and make her go, basically saying, "Hey, lady, you've decided you're the leader of this. How about you lead us into this? I want to hang back and watch what you do." So the same thing that was happy to let me lead her as long as I was meeting her needs, then began to try to lead me, because remember, somebody's always in charge no matter what. Meanwhile, when it suited her, she wants to slam the brakes on and observe me to get to see what the fuck happens to Benton when he leads the way into this. That's what those truckers are trying to do. Oh, let's see what Benton does. Then, if by the way, if it doesn't work out, we might be able to actually do the right thing based on watching Benton. See, we might have the advantage of the proper. We might be able to take evasive action based on watching what Benton encounters. Absolutely not. I am not that. No, that's sick. We don't do that. And by the way, it wasn't too much longer after that till old Benton pieced on out of there. See ya. And not in an animosity, in a, "Hey, I'm leaving town and I'm pretty sure you don't want to come, and I'm not asking you to come, so bye." And she stayed in Eugene, and I left for Santa Barbara. And then I believe we maybe came back together for a time. I don't even really remember. That might have been the final parting. I actually don't even remember, because it really doesn't even fucking matter now, does it? And see, as it turns out, it's looking like we all just I would have led the fucking bozo procession, and then we would have taken that one exit, turned around, then the exit was actually open to go the way we need to go, right? But no, I'm not leading the group into that uncertainty. Absolutely not. No, it's not appropriate. By the way, when we say, I was taught a concept of how harmful it is when one person uses another person when person A uses person B for person A's own gratification. That is a version of that. Is like, yes, we all recognize that we're here in this thing. Oh, well, we've maneuvered it where Benton's going to lead us. That's they're attempting to gratify themselves by using me. That's bad. I'm not going to allow that. That's not allowed. See, I'm not going to do that. Now, with me and ex-wife number 2, when I was identified with magnifying certain aspects of what I thought was me, right? Then I was willing to provide services for her. Yeah, I will manage your finances. I will ensure your physical safety, yada, yada, yada. Right. That was the bargain, unspoken. Right. Surprise, surprise, she began to lose interest in me, because when I became aware. By the way, I think it's closed again. I don't think we can go the right. I think it's actually not certain. It looks like we can't, in fact, go the proper way. So right back where we started, never even got through it. I just assumed we were going to be able to take this exit. I don't think we are. Maybe we are. I don't know. One of the signs they've already gone up there and covered over the sign. Right. It's actually not completely assured yet. It's looking like maybe we can go the right way. Again, uncertainty. Most people are almost incapable of dealing with uncertainty. Most people will do damn near anything to avoid uncertainty, meaning to experience uncertainty. I don't have that problem. What I am can never experience fear, full stop. Certainly not the fear of uncertainty, right? And if anybody's curious what's going on in the country, lots of things are going on economically, but I'm reminded one of the major things happening is this is the furthering of the process that certainly accelerated during the fake pandemic, but it's been going on probably my whole life. It's just a further move into corporations. And by the way, I glanced at, I skimmed the news article talking about empty shelves coming up, and the article itself said if you know there's things that you're going to need in the future, this is what it literally said in the news article: go to Target or Walmart and buy them now because they're not going to be on the shelves. Guess what's not mentioned? Any mention of Amazon. So in my mind, this is the further consolidation of the size, influence, and scope of large corporations, meaning there's not going to be a Walmart. There's not going to be a Target to physically enter into at some point in the near future, period, end of story. It's not going to exist. Full stop. Now, this is telling me I don't get there until 7 o'clock. How is that even possible? I'm so confused now. Am I that far off the route I'm supposed to be on, or is it based on, I don't know what this is. Okay, never mind. Corrected. It was just temporarily mistaken. Sometimes if there's a multiple waypoints, the GPS gets confused and it does not properly account for the time, how long it's going to take to get there. It overestimates sometimes. Anyway, that's neither here nor there. But the thing about this realm is, if what serves this realm is to have me identified with a collective, the realm is happy to, and I must lead the collective, or I won't be a part of it. This realm's happy to say, okay, here's a coalition of bozos. Feel free to lead them. Go for it. Why would Moloch's machine give a fuck? And one of the people I flipped off yesterday was some bozo in a four-wheeler who just decided, oh, I'm going to just ride behind that big rig so I can look at my phone. And I just was like, fuck it, I'm going to go however slow I got to go. And finally he passed me and I just gave him the fucking bird. And then after he was forced to pass me, he went so fucking fast I never saw him again. It was just like, yeah, man, you're not going 56 up hills, bro. Like, what is this? You know, well, he would rather just let me drive his car. I'm his stand-in for a self-driving car so he can look at his screen. It's already Ready Player One. It's already Ready Player One. They're already there psychologically, folks. They've already gone into cyberspace. Period. That's where these people live. They don't live. And by the way, we talk about zombie apocalypse. That's a zombie apocalypse when the human beings that you're in physical proximity to are not in fact there. That's a zombie apocalypse. Yeah, it's like sparring. That's right, Land of the Blinded. It's like sparring. And so if we had video of what I just went through and we had like a drone that followed my big rig and we had like radars that on the screen it said the speed of the vehicles, you would clearly be able to see, oh, these big rigs are intentionally following him to be perfectly positioned when he gets to this exact point. And they've been doing it for 45 minutes. It's all there, right? Now people will gaslight me and say I'm nuts. No, that's what just happened. And it absolutely happened by way of spiritually attacking me. By the way, in part based on my own undiagnosed fake autistic, super high functioning, retarded, like things that bother me, right? Yeah, there you go, Land of the Blinded. I love the attacks. It levels me up more. And then, that is a concept I read about 15 plus years ago. The idea of, and that's probably what it means to love one's enemy, by the way. This biblical notion of, uh, loving the enemy. But again, what I am, my essence is only able to love, right? It can't do anything but that, even within a delusion, right? Now, at what point out of my own preference do I just say, well, I know from experience I don't have to do anything and I'm fed. I know from experience I don't have to do anything and I'm clothed. I know from experience I don't have to do anything and I have shelter. At what point do I just resign and renounce the material world on that? I mean, I think we're almost there, Land of the Blinded, where it's just like, hey, I mean, yeah, I have preferences to, I enjoy that I get to go to sleep at a particular time of the afternoon and wake up insanely early. Yeah, that's a preference. It's not strictly necessary. I enjoy at times being able to accrue what I experience as a lot of Federal Reserve notes in a relatively quick period of time. And then because of my own ability to live with almost nothing, that it can last me a while, right? Yeah, I most recently, for an entire year, was not employed, but then started that year with some amount of money, right? Again, preference. You know, I paid my car insurance 100. It's way more expensive if I pay by the month. Well, why am I offered such an attractive discount for paying for a whole year? Well, I'm probably going to want to drive the car for a whole year. You know, now I'm paying by the month. It's way more expensive by the month. But then it's like, hey, the tags are almost like, what? Just get rid of the car, right? Fuck the car. Who cares? Get rid of the fucking car. Why am I thinking about a car? You know. Again, back to Fight Club. To let that which does not matter truly slide. Not to truly let that which does not matter slide. To let that which does not matter truly slide. Meaning not through repression, not through just robotically coping, through it doesn't fucking matter. I'm not even going to identify with it. I'm paying it the least amount of mind possible, right? By the way, yet another slow driving contest. Yeah, it's like sparring, exactly. Except when I know what I am, it's difficult for me to even enjoy the sparring, actually. It's like, yeah, of course I'm morphosing. Of course I'm flipping this motherfucker on its head. How could I not? How could I not? And then just as I was about to pull out to pass the slow-moving big rig in front of me, it pulled out to pass the slow-moving big rig in front of it. And now they're both going faster than I was going to start with. Like, what is this? Like, I don't even know how to describe what's happening. Like, I don't know what that is. Is it the realm just saying, well, try this on for size, buddy? Like, I don't fucking know what that is, but it's happening. I'm watching it happen. Whatever. No, it's not that they're too dumb and lazy to pass. See, and at the risk of correcting Land of the Blinded, no, it's not that. It's absolutely not that. It can never be a coincidence that I was perfectly positioned to lead the Bozo procession. But then my perception right before I realized it was going to become a Bozo perception is, oh, if I don't pay attention, they're going to be perfectly positioned to make it to where I might actually miss my exit because of the road construction. Because we're going down to one lane, one correct lane, meaning it's possible to go the wrong way still. And I've already been through that in heavy traffic enough, right? And meanwhile, why, it's just, no, it's not possible. There's no possible actual explanation for their behavior other than spiritually attacking Benton. And I'm the one seeing it, so I have more information. So is it possible hypothetically? Yes. In this case, no. Not in this specific instance. So anecdotally, not possible. Is it possible in the grand scheme of things? Absolutely. 100% possible in the grand scheme of things. Based on what I watched happen, absolutely not. It's just like, why was this truck going 48 miles an hour, and now that I'm pulling out the pass, it's a race? Like, I don't fucking know. I have no idea. But it's happening, right? Maybe he's bored. And I'm not blaming Land of the Blinded for this. It's just the realm itself will then gaslight and say, what are you talking about, Benton? You're crazy. That's not possible. Okay, you're saying it's not possible to be. So now I've got not Christians, but I've got a so-called truth community, some of which identify as Christians, telling me I can't ever possibly be spiritually attacked and persecuted. That it's literally impossible. And again, Land of the Blinded's not doing this. I'm speaking broadly. And this is what the realm will also always do. It will offer me the opportunity to identify with being gaslit, right? Always say, sir, would you like to accept this opportunity to accept the validity of this particular gaslighting? It's like, no, I wouldn't. No, thank you. And again, since I'm the only one watching what's happening here, it's, the audience is free to take my word or not. I know what the fuck's happening, and that's all. So again, back to solipsism. That's all that matters. Nothing matters beyond I know what's happening. There's no relevance whatsoever to the rest of it. Right. But again, I appreciate your commentary, Land of the Blind, and none of this is, said by way of to insult or demean. And part of this is I observe the exact same drivers and the exact same big rigs and the exact same four-wheelers behaving in many different ways, right? But based on I'm here and to spiritually attack me, they need to behave in specific ways. It's the exact same people in one context behave one way. In another context, the exact same people behave differently, right? It's also that, Because imagine if I actually allowed myself to be in a hurry and I'm trying to make time. And they were in my way. Is it conceivable that they would ever let me haul ass and get in front of them to get to that point? Absolutely not. They'd be fighting me tooth and fucking nail. Same people, right? And those are the same people who have absolutely no problem going however slow they have to go to fall in line behind me. Same motherfuckers. Same motherfuckers. Different contexts. They're not just like, we're dumb and lazy and stupid and driving slow. Nope. When it's that, I just pass them and never see them again. Right. Or sometimes it is that. But that's also not the same people who are spiritually attacking me. And then here's the thing about rebuking. So I had a guy, I had an experience where I was physically entering the bathroom in a truck stop, and uh, well, there was a worker was trying to help a guy get his shower door open. It was stuck or whatever. It wasn't letting him in the shower. So I'm trying to figure out where the bathroom is, and as I'm maneuvering around them, some trucker had just, I guess, was in a hurry to piss or whatever. And I don't know he's there until I walk into the bathroom, and then I see in the mirror he's now pushing past me to get to the urinals. And I realize, oh, he's been fucking nuts to butts with me for God knows how long, right? And only the fact that he wasn't physically able to get around me. But then, whatever that spirit is, it's like, hey, brother, like, what is this? But that creates the resistance, right? In the past, I would have been like, yo, what the fuck, man? Like, what is this? What are you doing? Like, hey, how about you respect the personal space a little bit? See, that's to be identified with the realm itself. What I did was and again, I can't watch him because now he's at a urinal, but then now he comes beside me to wash his hands. But I got a little bit of the spirit of, hey, this guy is actually, he's just thinks this belongs to him or whatever. So I'm just like, what's happening? And said it just like that. And like, again, he's much physically larger than me, but I just like threw my fucking, threw my shoulders back, leaned back, and sort of just kind of to the heavens was like, what's happening? And then looked at him. Well, right? Oh, and he's like, hey, how are you? Oh, I'm doing great, man. Thanks for asking. And then he leaves first. And I couldn't hear what he said, but he said something. And I'm like, have a good day. He probably said some version of like, hey, be careful out there or whatever. Cause from his perception, he's probably thinking I'm some weak person that can be pushed around or whatever. Right. It doesn't even matter. I'm always able to assert myself when I need to, but, uh, you know, it's that rebuking, right? But only rebuke my brother, but only consistent with my own nature, man. So hey, man, I'm here too, brother. Hey, man, don't forget. Remember, brother, I'm also here. You know. And by the way, if what he is inside of him is the same thing as what's inside of me, that's what I was addressing, and that's what responded to me. You know, if he was going to respond otherwise, he probably would have looked at me funny and said, "What's wrong with you, man? Like, what are you talking about?" You know, who are you talking to, and what's this? What are you expressing? However that would, again, offering me the opportunity to participate in resistance or confrontation, which, by the way, historically I've agreed to many, many times in my life. I used to be that person who was like, oh, fuck me, well, fuck you. I used to be happy to engage with people on those levels. A bit of a bully at times, but only when I thought I was, now I get to assert myself. It's like, yeah, it's still kind of a bully. It's kind of the same fucking thing, right? In a way, if the bully just waits around to, have plausible deniability, but to still behave like a bully, well, it's still kind of the same fucking thing, right? Seems to me, anyway. Seems to me. And by the way, I don't care that he was in a hurry to get to the bathroom or whatever. I don't give a fuck. Who cares? It's just the idea of, you know, like, hey, I must be accounted for also. Like, I'm also here, sir. And just please recognize, which why do I even need that? I guess I don't need that. Maybe he needs to be reminded because maybe he's about to experience calamity, right? Maybe that's his spiritual protection. Wait a minute. There's scrawny white boys about. Most of them's pussy pushovers, but every once in a while, some of them got a little spirit to them. Every once in a while, one of them got a pair of balls on them. You know, maybe he just needed to be reminded. I don't fucking know. Who cares? Really, none of my business. You know. Meanwhile, I got nothing to prove to him. Who cares? I don't know what the fuck's going on. A lot of that's just simply it's just not my concern. But if I'm going to be used as a vessel of my own nature, right? Maybe, again, that's the nature of what I am, right? In a delusion, do I, at a conscious intellectual level, need to comprehend what the fuck exactly the ins and outs of that force working at? No, I don't. Trust and surrender and submission to what I am, trusting me. Who I trust, me. Who you trust, man. Shout out to Flavor Flav. See, now I got a trucker deciding to follow me, which is fine if he wants to do it at 58 miles an hour. Follow me all day, buddy. Now, when the truck would go 75, I'd have a pretty good chance of being able to outrun him and not get a speeding ticket. But now all we can do is slow roll, and he's not willing to go 58 as much as he might prefer to follow me. Nope, not willing to do it at 58. Now, once he gets around, I'm free to speed up. See, he rejected my offer. My offer is, okay, I will let you follow me. You will do it at 58 miles an hour, right? And I can tell he's irritated. He's a little irritated, right? Because now he's got to go drive. But he's not uncourteous. I signaled him to get over in front of me, and he gave me the blinkers to thank me. But again, whatever he's going through emotionally, it's got nothing to do with me. That's on him. I'm not involved. What's up, True Metal Jake? That's not true, True Metal Jake. That's simply not true. So we'll see you under another name, perhaps, True Metal Jake, because that's simply not true. What I am is incapable of being bothered. Within a delusion, after being sacrificed to Moloch by my parents, delusively operating in a world in which at times I identify with certain aspects of the experience, only by then can I experience an imagined version of what being bothered might be. So you're absolutely wrong, True Metal Jake. I hate to break it to you. Again, what is True Metal Jake doing? Raising all bets, always offering me the opportunity to internalize what's happening. Oh, Benton, you're everything bothers you. What's wrong, buddy? Just accept it and move on, meaning accept what Moloch's machine is attempting to operate you by proxy. Accept it. Why would you be bothered by attempts on the behalf of Moloch's machine, right, to spiritually attack you? Why would that bother you? Well, I don't know, True Metal Jake. You don't know what it's like to be spiritually attacked by the realm, because True Metal Jake has never, ever expressed if, in fact, True Metal Jake is possessed of Nancy Pelosi's MS-13 spark of divinity. He's never expressed that consistently enough for the realm to even see fit to spiritually attack him. Therefore, he has no frame of reference for my experience, thus saying, hey, Benton, what's the problem? And this, by the way, this is also the word of mouthing and the common sensing and the conventional wisdom is, hey, man, you're choosing to let this bother you. Well, if I do, it's by improper identification. So Jake's right in a way. He's wrong when he says your everything bothers you. Number one, no, it doesn't. Number two, uh, gaslighting attempt denied. Take your shit elsewhere. Meanwhile, wrong saloon partner. Meanwhile, if you observe these posters, it's always a bet and a raise, meaning I'm asserting something and they are always raising my bet. And in poker, that's a maniac. In poker, I always assert and the other always, not in poker, but in a maniac in poker, no matter what happens, raises the bet. If it's the maniac's turn, they make a bet, right? Now, what these people are doing is they're laying back in the cut. They're never making their own assertions. They're waiting for me to bet, and they're always immediately raising my bet, right? Meaning if it's their turn, they check. They say, I check. Then Benton says, I bet. That's assertion. Then now it's their turn. They raise, meaning, hey, man, everything bothers you. So what I've asserted is, based on an observation, their raise is to characterize what I've just done in a particular gaslighting spiritual attack, right? Too bad for all metal Jake, true metal Jake. I'm all in. I'm pot committed, Jake. My hand will get to showdown, Jake. So keep raising that bet, Jake. My hand at showdown, I flip my hand over. I'm holding the highest possible cards at all times, Jake. It's Jake that can only carry the day if I'm dumb enough to get to the show. I'm sorry, if I'm dumb enough to fold my hand. That's why Jake always raises. He can only scoop the pot if I fold my hand. If we make it to showdown, I turn my hand over and I scoop the pot. Even at showdown, Jake will still try to get me to muck my cards, right? And you know what this is the same spirit of? When I wasn't quite as good at poker, I got into a poker game in Oklahoma, just outside of Fort Smith, and there was this guy playing a certain style of poker, and I began to suspect he was bluffing me. So what I did was, part of this guy's playing style is he wanted to be able to have me. So if we make it to showdown, he always wants to see my cards first because I had won a few pots off of it, right? And I suspect he bluffed me a few times, but I wasn't certain. The way poker works is if we get to the showdown and he makes the bet and I call the bet, he has the choice. He can muck his cards or he can show his hand, period. Now, what he also can do is he can point at my cards and say, hey, man, turn your hand over. And I'm free to expose my cards. He's then free to muck his hand. That's all within the realm of poker. What I'm also free to do is to get to the showdown, the last betting round. He makes a bet, I call the bet, and now I just wait. And he points at my hand, and I just wait. And he's like, hey, man, are you going to show your cards? I just sit there. The action's not on me. He's got to show his hand to claim the pot. It's not my turn to try to claim the pot. See? I called his bet. He must expose his hand or what, Jake? Concede the pot. True metal Jake. We have an actual Jake around here. He either has to give up claims to the reward, or he has to turn his cards over. Now, the thing for him is he doesn't know if I hold the winning card, but it's to his advantage to not give me the information if he has been bluffing me. I know in this case, well, I've got a set. I flopped a set. Probably I've got him beat here, but I want to be for sure. What's he going all the way to the river with and then betting? And he has to know based on how I play, I have to be fairly strong, but he also knows I'm capable of folding a strong hand. I'm able to fold a strong hand, but I'm not willing to just into perpetuity fold my strong cards, right? But I don't have the nuts, but I suspect I have the effective nuts here, right? Based on the action. So I just sit there. He's trying to wait me out, True Metal Jake. True Metal Jake's trying to wait me out. He's saying everything bothers you. Well, I'm putting it back on you, True Metal Jake. See, I'm always just going to put it back on you because I know spiritually what I am. And when I get to the showdown, I want to see your cards, True Metal Jake. I want to see your hand. I want to see what you're holding. I'm curious about your cards. I got my suspicion about your holdings, True Metal Jake. I want to see that your hand, meaning in this poker game, we've gotten to the stage of he's free to muck his hand. So I actually just wait it out. So when he says to me, hey man, you got to show your cards, I'm like, you can muck your hand, sir. Now, I don't say this in this instance because I was still relatively inexperienced in live poker. Remember, my experience was on the online poker. Online poker, it makes the person flip their cards over, right? It won't allow the person to muck their hand at the showdown when they've been called. It just immediately shows their cards, right? And then I get to choose the muck, see? So what happens in online poker, because I called his bet, his hand is immediately tabled. If I don't have the winning hand, I now have the option of mucking my losing hand. I don't have to show my cards. He's trying to get me to choose to show my hand when I don't, so that he can muck his losing cards. He's seeking to get me to choose to take the disadvantaged position. So what happened later on was, not with that same player, when I would get into that, with other players, I would just sit there and go, "You muck your hand, bro." I said, "You don't have to show your cards, muck your hand." But he's not willing to muck his hand and have me maybe be able to show something weaker than he had. They're not willing to be embarrassed. Even they won't accept knowing, well, I probably can't win at showdown. They won't even accept the possibility that I'm spiritually degenerated enough to trick them into folding a less degenerated hand than I have. Maybe they've got some level of a degenerated hand, and now they're not ever going to risk me saying, "Hey, bro, fold your fucking hand, muck your cards. I called you, homie, muck your cards." Because the dealer always wants to get on the next hand. The dealer's going to try to pressure both of us. The other guy's going to try to pressure me. I'm just like, "Bro, muck your hand. It's on. Action's on you, brother. Muck your hand so we can get on with the day." And he knows I will scoop the pot, and I might muck my cards face down, and he'll never see my hand, meaning I might actually claim the pot, and nobody showed their hand. True Metal Jake wants to claim his. True Metal Jake always tries to scoop the pot without ever showing his cards. That's the strategy. What I'm saying is, no, True Metal Jake, you will never scoop a pot from me without showing your cards, sir, because I know my hand will always win at showdown. And all True Metal Jake will do, if he's allowed to be in my chat, is he will mock the idea of a poker game in its entirety. He'll say, "Look at this guy. He's going on and on about poker games and maniacs. He's crazy." Whatever, True Metal Jake. Appealing to the fickle feelings of the peanut gallery always works, and it's null and void because it has no value. Who cares? I can do the same thing. Anybody can via ridicule. But True Metal Jake knows I'm aware of that game. You're going to have to change tactics, True Metal Jake. You're not going to be permitted to come here and do that thing. Now, you can come here under another name. The moment you adopt that same tactic, I'll ban the new name. See? There you go. Yeah. 1-2, no limit. Right. And this is probably part of the reason I don't play No Limit Hold'em anymore, or rarely. Because in Pot Limit Omaha, it's way more, I get to actually gamble, and we almost never get to a showdown where my opponent is trying to talk me into tabling my cards when I don't have to, so they can scoop the pot and never show their hand, right? Or no, more correctly, so that they can see my cards and muck their cards they were trying to bluff with. Actually, what I'm trying to say. So what happens in Pot Limit Omaha is, shit, I lost my train of thought. But I like a game where I'm playing against people where I know I have such a skill advantage. I want to keep them in the game, and I'm just going, as soon as they call me, I'm flipping my cards over at the showdown. I'm just flipping them over immediately because I don't even want to run the risk that they might think I slow rolled them, right? And so what this guy is going to think, so here's what happens with the guy that I forced him to show first. Because of how he operates, I'm going to wait and watch his hand, and then I'm going to roll my hand over. Now he's going to feel like I slow rolled him. Well, fuck him. He created the scenario where he tried to get me to do something I wasn't supposed to do in the first place. If he feels slow rolled, that's not my problem, right? Meanwhile, if we just play proper poker, I'll probably just table my motherfucking hand anyway, but not after I've detected that he's intentionally waiting for me to show my hand when I don't have to, right? Once I feel put upon, it's like, no, wait a minute. I'm going to wait on you, buddy. But if everybody's playing a gentleman's game, I'll just flip my hand over. Who cares? Let's have a gentleman's game and just everybody turn their fucking cards over at showdown. How about that? Why are we waiting around to look at each other's cards before we show our hand? So he actually slow rolled himself. And then he got angry and left the game. Fine, I don't want to play with that dude anyway. He's making the game miserable. Like, who cares? I don't even want that guy's money at that, because I'm just playing for fun anyway. That's part of the reason I don't earn my living playing poker. By the way, I'm free to fuck off to some poker room somewhere near some big city and go to sleep in a motel room at about 2 p.m. and then be seated at the poker table around 11 p.m. with a bankroll. By the way, I don't need truck driving. If I want to be in a poker room, I can do that without truck driving. I'll have the bankroll if I keep saving pretty soon. But I don't want to be around those miserable bastards. I don't want to spend the time necessary to take their money. Seriously. These are some of the most miserable people you could ever imagine. At least in truck driving, I'm the only one in the truck, right? Why would I want to go to a poker room and sit around with these bozos? And then pretty soon, before you know it, I'm ordering drinks just to deal with being around them. And I play better drunk. So now I'm poisoning myself so that I can actually outplay them more effectively and deal with them being bozos. When I'm drunk, I just sit there and I'm not even really aware that they're bozos. I just sit there and everything's fine. And somehow, no matter how drunk I am, I perfectly know what to do. Why is that? I don't know, but I do. I wrecked the table in Pot Limit Omaha and Tunica, and finally the game broke up. And the only reason I didn't win way more money was I got unlucky in a lot of big pots. I wrecked the table with my skill. And by the end of it, I was so drunk, I didn't realize that they weren't going to let me keep playing. I looked at the dealer, and as he was, ending the table, and I was like, no limit hold'em? And he was like, he just shook his head like, no, man, I don't think so. Meaning like, hey, bro, you're probably done here. And he did it in a very like uninsulting way, but it's basically like, Nah, bro, why don't you just fucking, go pass out in your car like we can all probably suspect it's about to happen? You drunk, right? Because that's what I was at the time. I was practicing as a drunk, you know, and which is what I did. I went passed out in my car and did not even understand how much I'd won or lost until the next day and was like counting my money. Oh, I won $800. Great. It would have been like triple that, except I got unlucky in like at least three big pots that I could remember before I got too drunk. But by the way, still somehow knew how to play properly. Probably because my opponents were so unskilled, it was not, took like no brain power to know what to do. Like fucking they were committing like comically bad mathematical blunders where you're just like, really? Really? They've let me bloat the pot and they're checking to me on the turn, and now I have enough to bet $800 and they're going to fold unless they actually have me beat. It's like, what is this? You're just giving me money at this point. They're handing me money. What is this? Oh yeah, I love the Asians. Yeah, you're right, Land of the Blind had mentioned Asian players. Oh yeah, I love the Asians because here's the type of poker player I am. Back in my drinking days, I like to play tight. It was fun for me if I didn't have anything to do. I might like to sit there and wait on good cards, right? That's what, if you know anything about poker, that's a rock. So the thing is, if I go to a table and it's noon in Hot Springs, Arkansas, when they used to have electronic poker tables, by the way, I don't recommend those, but so I sit down to the table and I know I'm about to start drinking beers, and I've got not a bankroll, but I've got enough bankroll for that game. I had probably about $1,800 for a 1-2 game, but it was enough for that game. And but I could conceivably, bust that bankroll too, but it was enough. And what I did was, after like one orbit and looking at these, I said, everybody's a rock. Well, I can't even play poker in a game where everybody's a rock. What's the proper strategy, by the way, Land of the Blinded? I start drinking, I stop looking at my cards, and every single time the action's on me pre-flop, it's $25 to go. Every time. I don't look at my cards, it's 25 to go. And what happens? After like a round or two of it's boring because I'm scooping every $3 pot because nobody will call. What starts happening? Well, the guy two to my left, and remember, he's got the positional advantage. Once he sees that I'm going to keep doing this all day long, this guy sat there and called my $25 every single time. And when I saw what he was going to do, I looked at him and said, I like this dude. Because that's the spirit of what I was doing. I said, now we got a poker game. And all of the rocks loved it because they were free to sit there and wait on good cards and then experience the sheer terror of maybe seeing their aces or their kings cracked, or now what do I do with pre-flop jacks? And, by the way, some of the times I'm in late position and maybe somebody in early position raised, and I might actually have good enough cards to make it 100 pre-flop. Now what are we? Oh, now the rock is who raised in early position with ace king. What do? Or God forbid, ace queen suited. Now what? They love it because they never get to experience that if everybody's playing fucking like a rock, old man coffee style or whatever. By the end of the game, I had my entire bankroll on the table, and I said all my money's on the table. Y'all got to keep buying me beers, or I'm leaving, or I'm gonna have to cash out so I can drink. So they bought my last however many beers, right? Not free beers in that casino. They bought my beers so I could keep drinking. And by the way, the only reason I didn't break even was because the last big pot of the night, I bluffed all in on the river, and I was so drunk I could not remember the prior action. I actually looked at my cards by the Turner River. I bluffed all in on the river. The only reason my opponent called me after thinking for a long ass time on an electronic table, as long as it would let him, an Asian, by the way, a very loose, aggressive Asian, he only folded because he rivered two pair. He would have folded 100%. He was not going to call me on the river all in for $800 or whatever. I would have fucking broke even. I got unlucky. Meanwhile, I didn't even know what my cards were till the turn of the river and could not remember the prior action of the hand. I have no idea what happened in the hand before that. No clue. Loved it, dude. Everybody had a blast. But it's like, what? I'm not going to sit here all day and we're just all going to look at each other super seriously and just play the good card. It's just boring. Who cares? See, pot limit Omaha is like never that in the long run. You can't play PLO all day and just watch like watching fucking paint dry. Hold'em is just fucking, well, no limit Hold'em. No limit Texas Hold'em is boring as fuck. It really is. Technically speaking, pot limit Omaha is Hold'em, by the way. So that's why I corrected myself. It actually is a form of Hold'em. A lot of folks don't know that. Pot limit Omaha is Hold'em poker. It's just not Texas Hold'em. It's Omaha Hold'em. That's right, Land of the Blind. He re-raises them and then they fold. But here's the thing, Land of the Blinded. Somebody like True Metal Jake, he's going to go all the way to the showdown because he knows he might be able to trick me into mucking, even though, and not have to expose his hand and rake in the pot. Literally. He is going to go all the way to the end. And only after I prove what I am by tabling my cards, will he be willing to concede the pot. Right? So, in fact, he's never, ever going to fold his hand. Only is he going to muck his cards. And by the way, he might tear them up and eat them. If you've ever heard of a poker player getting to the showdown, seeing that he's lost, every once in a while, somebody like Phil Helmies literally tears up the cards. And it's been, some players have even been known to put them in their mouth and chew on them. Like, this happens because some players know they can do anything and they're never getting kicked out of the casino. They can do anything and they're never getting banned. Like, they're never banning Phil Helmuth from a casino. He even one time threatened to burn the casino down on a live stream and wasn't banned. Like, for real. He said, I should burn this place down. That's what he said. And if anybody else said that, they would have got banned from the entire tour, much less the casino. Right? He knew he can basically do whatever the fuck he wants. Phil Hellmuth. More or less. As long as nobody punches him in the face. By the way, literal gigantic human being Phil Hellmuth, he doesn't want to get punched in the face. It's happened before. Sam Grizzle had enough of his lip and punched him in the fucking mouth, apparently. So yeah, in the poker game of life, in the poker game of spirituality and all this, people like Toilet Bowl Earth raise every bet. And I've noticed this. I've sat here on live streams and just said, a bet and a raise, a bet and a raise, a bet and a raise. I said, they come in here raising all bets. I know what they're going to do before they do it. I've sat here before to people like True Metal Jake and just said what they were going to do before they did it, meaning I would say a particular thing and I said, now here's how they're going to respond in the live chat. And I'm never wrong because I know they're raising all bets. Right? And by the way, when I said anytime it was my turn and I was opening the action, now if somebody else raised or somebody else started, I didn't always make it $25. It was if I was the first to open the action pre-flop, it's $25. The guy to my left, It's actually proper strategy for him to call me every time, unless he's actually could just raise me every time. Also, by the way, that's probably more or a mixture of both. But what's not mathematically correct is for him to only call or raise with strong cards. That's crazy, right? It's actually somewhat correct. And in the spirit of the game, it's like, okay, bro, you're going to raise with any two. I'm going to call with any two. What are you going to do now? And by the way, like the mathematics don't know that I'm raising with any two cards. If he knows I'm always raising no matter what my cards are, it's actually correct for him to always call no matter what his cards are. Always. Now, if somebody in between is called or raised, now it's different. But if I raise a 25, the next person folds and it's always correct for him to call. And he has the advantage of position. And I'm like, yeah, bro. Yes. I love it. I'm like, you like it? I'm like, yes, that's the thing to do. Let's do this thing. But we're not working together. It's like, yeah, we're in the spirit of the thing. And all these other bozos are fucking pussies. And I don't say that, but it's like, they're all going to fold until they have certain cards. Well, guess what? Now I pretty much know what they have. It's like, yeah, within reason, I know what these bozos have. I have no fucking idea what this guy over here has, you know. But is he really going to get all the way to the river, deep stacked in a big pot? And I'm making big bets on the flop, turn, and river, and I don't even know what the fuck I have. Meanwhile, he knows his hand. He looks and then calls. He's not, but he calls every time. He's not willing to play his hand without knowing what he has. I might not look till the river, right? And he's never going to be the one saying, fuck it, I'll drink beer and play blind. I will. It's fun. But not in PLO, of course. Anyway, since we're out of the spiritual topics for now, so here's what happened yesterday is on the 9-hour live stream, as I was passing the last Loves that the company would allow me to fuel at, and we only fuel at Loves, I even made a comment on the live stream, oh, I'm probably supposed to pull in here and fuel, but then I was like, oh, that's right. I'm going to Kentucky, and I know I'm able to fuel in Kentucky, but they don't want me to fuel in Ohio. But I failed to realize, oh, wait a minute. Like, even though my pickup is in Pennsylvania, this is the last fucking Loves in Pennsylvania the way I'm going. And I actually, after I got loaded yesterday, I drove 76 miles back to that exact same Loves. And it added an entire hour to this whole trip, which is not a disaster, by the way. But I called the company, and the safety guy, I was hoping he would just say, okay, this once, just go ahead and fuel wherever in Ohio along the way. But he's like, well, you can only fuel at this one particular Sydney, Ohio. And I had already looked to see that was going to add an hour. So I was like, and he's like, and you got to call me 30 minutes before you get there. And I was like, oh, really? I said, I didn't realize that my card would only work in Sydney. And he's like, oh, yeah. I think he's bluffing because he was trying to say, and I have to turn it on. I have to call Loves and tell them to turn it on for you to even fuel in Sydney. And then by the time we're done, I'm like, oh, yeah, by the way, I got fuel in Sydney, and I didn't know I was supposed to call you. So just so you know, FYI, my card allowed me to fuel. So I suspect I can probably just get fuel anywhere in Ohio, and they're bluffing me. I suspect. I don't know for sure. I think all they can do is turn my card on and off. I don't think they can turn it on based on state or turn it off based on state. I think he's bluffing, right? Which is fine. I'll play their game. I don't give a fuck. What I'm not going to do is call him like at 5 a.m. or whatever it's going to be when I would have gotten to Sydney and wake his ass up. So I chose to add, if I was going to add an hour anyway, I was like, well, fuck, I'm going to I hate backtracking, but fuck it. I'll just backtrack to back to Ohio in PA and fuel there. That's where I fueled this morning at the top of the stream. Hang on, time to plug in the. It's time to plug in the main phone and maybe the backup as it's going. Yeah, crazy Asians. That's right. One of the last times I played No Limit, I actually got outplayed by an Asian on the river. He played it really well, but I ended up calling where I knew I was supposed to fold. And by the way, if he gets me to call on the river there, I mean, that is him outplaying me, right? And, that was me preventing a win. I think I broke even and would have won at least a few hundred, if not for that one pot. That's part of the fun of poker, though. So yeah, we added an hour to the journey this morning. So assuming I was going to drive another hour anyway, this morning's journey would be an hour less. But really, the only thing to do today is I'm set to get to this receiver, and I believe it's a drop, although you never know. The thing about these receivers is anytime they want to, they can say, well, actually, that's a live unload, meaning we're going to unload. We're not going to let you drop. We're going to unload you, and you don't have a choice in the matter. And other than that, assuming they let me drop and then hook to an empty, then I'm going to drive an hour to the pickup. So I should be getting to the pickup around 9 a.m. for an 11 o'clock appointment. And then as long as I can get a minimum of 2 hours off duty to allow the possibility of a split break to extend my 14-hour clock, then I will not have, air quotes, started my day too early, which the company requested. Hey, please. They said, please. I said, please don't start your clock too early. So as long as I can accomplish all of that, I will have done as they've requested, meaning as long as I can get a minimum of 2 hours off duty at the receiver, I'm sorry, the shipper in this case, to pause the 14-hour clock. Which some will say there's no such thing. Well, there is. But in order not to go into violation, I must then do at least 8 hours in the sleeper berth in that cycle. So assuming I'm going to do an 8 hour in the sleeper, then and not off duty, then yeah, it's fine. It does pause the 14. So when they say you've got 14 hours to drive 11, that's not exactly true in truck driving. Truck driving, where a lot of my runs at times have been what I call just-in-time freight, where it's like basically what it is. It's based on the idea that a trucker, like let's say I've got a 1 hour deadhead. So let's say I do 15 to 20-minute pre-trip. I'm already fueled. So I start my clock, my 14-hour clock with 11 hours of drive. 20 minutes is gone to pre-trip. I drive 1 hour to get to the pickup, right? Then let's allow 2 hours for loading and check-in, which is fairly standard. Could be less, could be more. Then it's 7 hours drive time in normal driving circumstances. No delays, no wrecks, no fucking backup. To the hard appointment, meaning if you're not here by 7:15, we might give you 10 minutes, maybe 10 minutes. And if there's a line, we're not going to just let you miss, but basically if there's no line and you roll up here at 7:25, we're probably going to tell you to come back. We're probably going to tell you, hey, uh, bust a UE, go back out the way you came, get you a new appointment because you missed this one. And it's not with malice. It's not being a jerk. That's their policy, and it's fine. And that particular distribution center may not operate that way. My experience is all Walmart distribution centers, that's how they do their live unloads, and that's just how it is. And it's normal. So I'm just letting the company know, because what's the company doing? They yesterday picked this load for me. They know that the load is designed based on some version of an owner operator with a full clock, maybe deadheading an hour, maybe deadheading 45 minutes, maybe being at the truck stop right up the street, possibly. Right? That's how the load's designed. And it's just in time, meaning we load you at 11 a.m., right? The appointment is 7:15 a.m. tomorrow. And if you get here with a full clock, right, it's straight through, more or less, but with what? Like with a 10-hour break. But only if I show up with a full motherfucking clock. If I don't show up with see what I'm saying? Like, it's based on specific parameters that I'm now expected to work outside of, if that makes sense. Right? The trucker can technically get the load done without needing a 10-hour break, is what I'm trying to say. Meaning, if they got a full clock when they show up after, again, 20-minute pre-trip, 1 hour deadhead, 2 hours off duty for loading, they don't need to take a 10-hour break to 100%, even with delays, even with somebody crashed, even with, oh man, I got a light out on the trailer, I got to pull into the TA, and I can still make the 7:15 appointment. You see what I'm saying? So my company, while one part of my company, the safety department, is turning my truck down, the speed of my truck, and obsessively sending me messages to stop speeding, and is in fact probably doing that to most of the fleet, or it could just be me, right? Why would I let them put me in a just-in-time hustle, 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 hustle mode? I'm like, no, absolutely not. But not in a spirit of resistance, in a, hey, I'm letting you know the minute I wake up at 10 p.m. and I read this load and my brain starts doing my brain starts doing the trip planning. It's like, wait a minute, 1 hour drive to the pickup. Wait a minute, uh, 2 hours for loading, 1 hour for time zone change. That's 4 hours, and 7 hours drive time, and a 10-hour break. That's not enough time. That's not enough time for a just in time when I get there and I'm already into my clock. The just in time is always designed based on the notion that the trucker had a full clock when he started out on that load, meaning this load and this load only will be done within this 14-hour clock. And if everything goes right, the trucker's free, if he's an owner operator, to do whatever he can do with the leftover clock after who cares, by the way. He's already fulfilled what we've asked him to do. Right. So that's a bonus if he's able to do something with whatever time's left over. See, why would I ever let the company force me into stress and fear, and now I'm going to try to hustle while simultaneously turning the speed of my truck down and at least once a week telling me to slow my fucking roll? And by the way, it's a depression and traffic is down and slow driving contests are up. Are you crazy? I'm taking my sweet ass time to drop this load off. I'm going to take my sweet ass time driving an hour to this pickup. I'm going to get there and figure out where to park my rig, and I'm going to saunter my happy ass into the shipping office, and they're going to tell me that I'm 2 hours early, and I'm going to say, that's fine with me. I live in a truck, and I got to get 2 hours off duty anyway, so are y'all going to take my phone number, or y'all going to come knock on my truck, or do you want me to come back at 11 or 10:30 and check back with you? Because I don't give a fuck. Please let me know what you would prefer. And I've already eyeballed the property, and it looks to me like I can just back up into an empty space and just sit there, and they're not going to give a fuck. Or I'll just drive down the road and find me a wide spot, and I'll sit there for a couple hours. Who cares? Who cares? But I'm not going to allow myself to get forced into hustle, 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 hustle. By the way, there's our paycheck hitting. It's only 1,300 this time. Only, right? A little bit of driving there. Bear with me. And so now it's rebuke my brother, if in fact that is my brother, meaning, if they're in the spirit of what I am, then to let them know, hey, man, like, look at what we're doing here. And by the way, I don't give a flying fuck. I just need y'all to know that in no way am I promising this 715, but it might be possible. It's maybe I'm not agreeing to it. And then they're like, okay, brother, just when you get loaded, tell us when you're going to be there and we'll get you a new appointment. All right. That sounds like the spirit of what I am. Sounds good. And if they can't get me to an appointment till the next day, I don't care. And hell, I got to take a 34 someday. I'm running on recaps. Fuck it. Who cares? Who cares? Whatever. But by the way, all of that properly identified after about 5 or 10 minutes of improperly identifying, beginning to experience a little bit of stress, a little bit of whatever, and rah, 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 look what they're doing to me. And then realizing, oh, I'm an old man. I just woke up. That's really more the physiology than anything else. And oh, by the way, I can't even experience stress, fear, or anxiety or any of this when I'm properly identified. So back to the title of the stream, proper identification prevents stress and anxiety. So the moment I'm aware of stress and anxiety, it only ever has one specific cause. I've momentarily failed to properly identify within myself by what? Submitting and surrendering to the worship within myself of my own true nature, which is the continuous renewing of my spirit, my cup runneth over style, a quickening spirit. And boy, howdy, what I am would absolutely worship what it is. What it would not do is what the book of Job talks about, which is antithesis says, hey, man, I'm looking for somebody to devour and turn away against itself. I'm trying to see what force can be divided against itself. And the most super intelligent force of love and creation, a quickening spirit that can never conceptualize calamity, Jack from Jack and the Beanstalk style, who, by the way, would want to be helpful, says to antithesis, oh, have you considered Job? Right? Maybe you can get Job to do this thing. But by the way, if Job is what I know Job to be, you're not going to be able to accomplish it, partner. So go for it. And by the way, when the book says test the spirit, boy, that's going to test his spirit. And now, I can sit here and say, yeah, I know what Job is. However, that would be solipsistically. How is it solipsistic? Because the perspective of the most super intelligent force of love possible to highest levels, it's one with itself. It experiences itself, right? Now, there must be some awareness of antithesis, meaning that force of creation that doesn't know how not to create in each new moment. By the way, there is no such thing as time or space as far as creation is concerned. However, maybe antithesis, the moment creation even entertains the notion of the existence of an antithesis to the very proposition, poof, now this realm of delusion magic appears as the idea that perhaps whatever, again, what I know myself to be, it could even inhabit a delusion and experience the unreality that it's possible to divide an indivisible force. That's what's happening here, right? Now, the solipsism is, well, I'm only ever able to experience that as the one singular of that force. Only within the delusion am I perhaps imagining what it might be like. By the way, based on what? Based on the antithesis of my nature, based on if I'm the proposition or thesis based on whatever antithesis says. Meanwhile, I can never define myself in relation to what I'm observing antithesis to be. So the delusion seems to be operating based on me subverting my creative force into attempting to define myself erroneously based on imagining what I would be like if I were to be so foolish as to define myself in relation to the antithesis of myself. That's probably the best description of what's happening here that anybody's ever going to give. And I'd love to hear it if somebody does better. I'd love to hear it if somebody does better. That's probably the best description of exactly what the fuck is happening in this place. If I'm willing to accept that maybe what you are is the same thing as what I am, and solipsistically, I can never be sure. So solipsism is validated, by the way, thus validating solipsism. In some way, proving the validity of solipsism, which this realm says absolutely not. This realm tells you, well, we put our best philosophers on the case. Turns out, zero validity to solipsism. Oh, interesting. You mean Moloch's machine is telling me that solipsism's impossible and that's in service of Moloch's machine? Interesting. I'm beginning to suspect quite the opposite. Interesting. Looking for the place, the bathroom break. At some point, we're going to have egg time. When's that going to be? Maybe at the drop, I guess, if there's, once I've hooked up to my empty before I leave, maybe. That might be the time. I don't know. Maybe now. As long as we can get out of there by no later than 8. So I don't know if I'm willing to take that chance or not, but maybe I am. Let's see, how quickly can I make eggs? Make the egg drink, rather. How quickly? And by the way, anybody who wants to listen to me talk about these concepts, I know what that represents to them because I remember reading certain texts, right? I claim to whatever, by 2018, whatever books would have been in your local library in the religion and spirituality section, I had read and studied and understood about half of them. And that's not an exaggeration. That's true. So I'm speaking based on at that time I was engaging with a lot of these concepts that you're now hearing me say but unable to fully grasp them. So now, having recently come into true knowledge of self, right? A bell that cannot be unrung within a delusion, by the way, the bell itself, the concept of a bell existing in the delusion. So I understand that, realistically, I would say to the listener, to not place any sort of pressure or, some idea that you are now going to be able to act on what I'm saying. You're probably not, like, and that's fine. It's I myself practiced spiritually and various practices over a period of many, many years to even finally, apprehend, that truth. Right? So if anybody listening, must find this, some of the listeners must find this interesting on some level. So, I don't, and I would resist the urge to give advice, but so, basing it on earlier versions of myself, it's to, I wasn't pressuring myself back then. What I was doing was actually surrendering and submitting myself to spending time with the ideas, moving forward in my life, physically walking, right? As a homeless person, doing a lot of walking and thinking and considering the ideas. And then again, keeping what seemed to make sense and discarding the rest. That's what I would say is that's where the listener would most likely be. And then if the listener is already developed in certain ways, then well, great. Then obviously, you don't need me to tell you certain aspects of all of this. And if some of this is, representative of maybe, levels you may acquire or attain in the future or access in the future or ascend into in the future, if that may be more correct, then all the better. Almost like well, here's how Benton described it. If that's, in fact, he was able to get there slightly before us. Again, in a delusion that time and space even exists in the first place. So, like, yeah, it's not a race. I'm not, anyway. I think you know what I mean, or I hope you do. And it's possible I might need to stay up a little later today. So that might be a reason to delay egg time. I'll do egg time after I check in at we can have a later, we don't have to have early egg time every day, right? That becomes sort of an entitlement, right? I begin to identify with, you know, oh, my little reward. But I'm free to also just say, well, I've got time and we'll do it now. Maybe I'll change my own mind. Who knows? Or allow myself to be convinced into changing my own mind, perhaps, as I wish, right? Because remember, there's in a delusion, none of this can go wrong, if that makes sense. Only through improper identification, right? And they say, "What do you mean? It's a dangerous job." Blah blah blah. I understand, but I've never really been able to identify with the calamities that do apparently befall some truckers at the level of maybe, you know, accidents and such. I'm almost certain that's simply not part of my um, experience. But if it is, I'll deal with it. Whatever. Oh shit. Never mind. I thought I pulled a boner, but I don't think I did. All right. I got too many water jugs, and sometimes I misidentify which one's which. So I probably need separate like shapes of jugs for certain purposes, right? Oh shit! Hang on. I forget about that driver facing camera sometimes. I don't want to accidentally give them a show. Oh yeah. Shout out to cordyceps mushrooms, supposed to be supposedly good for the old kidneys, and yeah, seems to be the case, as far as I can tell. So thus far. Now, one of the problems here potentially is I'm down to three. I've already had my chocolate for today, but I'm down to three bars of 100% cocoa here. So at some point, we're gonna have to be getting back to a Wally world. And what if they don't? Sometimes they don't have it. You know. Shout out to the chat. How's everybody doing? We'll get into something real quick. I'm trying to decide. My gut's telling me don't do early egg time, but I don't know, man. I think I want early egg time. Is it a want? I don't know. What are we going to do, folks? What are we going to do? I really need to hustle up and make a little better time if I'm going to take that much of a break. This says 7-Eleven arrival, then let's say this takes 30 minutes to be 7:41. I err on the side of caution, but with loading time, you know, I'm not sure we can ever be wrong here. So, how long have I already wasted here? 3 minutes. I think we're gonna have to go for it. What do y'all think? I think that's the move. So, 17 in the house. You know, maybe I want to ramp up the discourse, but it'll be a little more. I'm not going to be able to do too much. I don't know. I'm indecisive in this moment. Well, based on the indecisiveness, I don't know, man. I want the eggs though. And see, this is where I have this sort of a people pleasing. You know, my own at times I will sublimate like my own desires, and that may not be the proper term, but spiritually on some level, I need to go ahead and just fucking have the eggs. Right? I'm here. I'm driving the truck. You know, I need to do what I choose to do in this moment, and it's have the fucking eggs. And if that causes problems later on, that's dead anyway, man. I mean, really, it's not going to be a problem for me. Wait a minute, I heard a fucking voice. Oh shit! Hold on, I heard somebody say something. That was weird. Hold on, somebody pulled off in front of me or something. That was fucking weird. That might be a sign. All right. Well, I'm getting creeped out now, so we're getting back on the road. Unless that was somebody yelling out the fucking window as they happened to pass me. I don't know what that was. That was bizarre. Yeah, I'm gonna take that as a sign. What the fuck that was? I ain't sitting here for another 30 minutes. Sometimes, every once in a while, the popo will sneak up behind a trucker like me, and I got 10 minutes with the flashers on before, technically speaking, I gotta be on my way or put the triangles out by law. I'm not allowed legally. I can't just sit here for 30 minutes, but you know, realistically, but with the blitz coming up, yeah, I got to roll. And I see a light back there, but I mean, obviously the cops might turn their lights off, but that's happened to me before where just something told me, hey, you better look in the mirror. And I looked out the mirror, and there's a damn cop sitting back there. And I knew what he was doing. As soon as I rolled, he rolled. So yeah, we're gonna get on down the road. I am gonna have go ahead and have the apricots, I guess. Where's the top to this? Oh yeah, there it is. Yeah, that was fucking weird, dude. I guess it was one of these people blasting by. Just happened to be like right after I rolled the window down. That's fucking strange. Kind of creeped me out a little bit. All right. All right. Where's the... Wait a minute. Where's the damn apricot? Oh, there they go. I had more than this. Time flies when you're having fun. Probably that mate. I'm probably craving the yerba mate that I've been putting in the first 2 egg drinks of the day. Anyway, bear with me, folks. We're about to be back on the road, and I'm sure I'll get into something. I see what it is. There's just a lot of people taking this on-ramp. I'm on the side of the on-ramp. That's what it is. Yeah, it's not a good spot. This ain't the appropriate spot to hang out. So that question answers itself. So egg time, except I picked the wrong place. So plan B, get the fuck out of here. Right. Bear with me while I eat the peaches, or I'm sorry, the apricots. If you would. I hate eating on mic, but I mean, you know, it is what it is. Uh-oh. Damn it. Pulled too much bullshit out. For the eggs, I think that's where it was. Real quick. All right. What a disaster. Not a disaster. Such foolishness. Where does it all end? What does it all lead to? In service of what? Delusion. Death. Moloch's machine. All right, let's go. 10 minutes, no biggie. We got 10 minutes to spare. All right, let's get it. I'm on the shoulder because unfortunately, the moment I started rolling, somebody started coming up the long ass on ramp. So I got to wait for them to merge, but we're good now. Yeah, that was not the spot. So yeah, well, I'll probably wait till I get to the pickup to have the eggs. Maybe the drop, I don't know. Let's see. Doesn't really matter, I don't think so. I will see if maybe we can speed up a little bit. Make a little bit better time. It was almost like they were like yelling at me, like, get the fuck out of here or something. Weird. You can't really hear what they were saying. The spirit of it was like, what the fuck? What's this guy doing sitting there? That's not truck parking. All right, man, I can take a hint. Oh, and now here's the actual, it's funny, I said that's not truck parking. The sign says truck, literally says truck parking. But of course, it's all full. Yeah, maybe they think I'm supposed to be up the road at this truck parking. That might be what it is. If they're locals and they know the area. So yeah, I guess I could talk about the news items, the economy. I guess I don't know. Are people even? Is everybody checked out, or are people actually paying attention? Like I don't fucking know what people are up to. It's another reason I prefer to be able to take my time on the roads. I talked about, oh, I need to make some time. I set the cruise at 68, which is the maximum, and I'm just immediately on top of a Love's tanker, fuel hauler. It's like, I don't know how long is it going to take to pass this guy. You know, if I still had my higher speed, not very long, right? If I was just cruising, not trying to make time, I could just hang out at 63, not worry about it so much. And I guess worry is the wrong term, but I think you know what I mean. So I guess the real question, I think I changed the stream title like 3 different times, which again, technically that was yesterday, but for today, yeah, see, it's like now I got to battle this guy. It's like, why? Why do and I don't have to, but it's like, I'm getting, just fighting me to the absolute death, being able to get in front of him here with another truck up my ass. When I cruise at 63, none of this happens, you know. Anyway, where does it all end? What's this all leading to? You know, because I can call it a delusion all I want, but practically speaking, I got to rest my fucking the delusion that I have this physical body, right? These bones got to find somewhere to, I got to haul this meat suit around to somewhere. If I choose not to drive a truck anymore, right? So at that point, it's like, what do we choose to do? Because you know, I do enjoy being able to live in the truck, and it's nice having a certain amount of money. All right, we're back. I had to start over from scratch. We didn't last very long making good time. As soon as the fucking connection dropped, now I'm starting to trying to tap on phones, and it's like I look over and some bozo's trying to pass me. He wasn't a bozo, but some trucker's trying to pass me. It's like fuck. Back to 63. Fuck it. I give up. I don't know. Let me speed up. Sorry about that. Let me speed up. Now we got Love's fuel guys catching us. So we'll see if we can make it back to 68 here. So he doesn't have to pass us back. That's kind of rude. Excellent apricots, by the way. Must have been a good harvest. If I can manage to eat without getting it all over me. Keep forgetting my fanny pack is exposed much of the time. I don't want to drip the damn apricot juice onto the fanny pack. That used to have a different meaning. The fanny pack, Benton's fanny pack, no longer means what it did at one time. What's up, Leslie? Good to see you. Been listening for a bit. 4:32 a.m. Yep, that's the time zone I'm on currently. Gonna be on Central tomorrow. Yeah, we're on Eastern today. Nice to see you. Glad you've been listening. I guess I am. Yeah, sure. Always welcome. Kind of a low point, not a low point, but a bit of a lull right now. But once I get this food in me. Oh, where did I leave the water? Fuck. Golly. One thing about truck driving, man, it's you got to get everything done when I'm stopped, or it's a disaster. The fuck is my water? Oh, there it is. Never mind. Panic mode. Now, if I find the spoon, we'll be doing real good. All right. Yeah, I don't know, man. Between the 9 hours of streaming yesterday and I had a bunch of that cordyceps, that real good cordyceps powder, I bought mushroom powder. Man, I laid down and just for hours, I was like, whoa, this is like way more energy than I usually have. A lot of days, most days, I'm pretty fucking tuckered out by, like 2 p.m. pretty much every day. Even if I don't do shit, I'm tired most of the time. And again, I don't like identify with that, but, it's like I feel fatigue. So yesterday it was like, whoa, and it was relaxing and, it's just laying there and not sleeping, but it wasn't bad, but I definitely had an impression of just being energized. Probably some of that was the streaming for 9 hours, and also the mushrooms. Not psychedelic though. Well, good. Leslie knows where she is and where. Awesome. I don't know, Leslie. Some of your stuff probably helped me along the way. So thanks for that. If that's in fact the case, hard to say for sure, but seems likely to me. I do know even before I had this, came up with this concept of proper identification and all of this and improper. I remember I could tell at a certain point some of the stuff Leslie was saying. It was definitely pushing me in the direction of proper identification, even though I didn't even really know what that was at the time. And pushing's not the right term, but whatever I'm trying to say. Uh-oh. Well, a beat went somewhere. I felt it bounce off my. Oh, wait, here it is. It's on top of my clothing. It can be quite difficult in the dark while bouncing around the interstate to eat food. Yeah. It's probably a good thing not to be able to read minds, right? But anyway, back to the aspects of the delusion, the economic stuff. It's definitely interesting in a way, in a detached way, just to see, how exactly this stuff's going to continue to move along. Uh-oh. Got the low battery signal on the earbuds. One moment. Swap these out. It's almost time to pay for another year of YouTube Premium, unless I'm going to go. Oh shit! Do I not have the other earbuds? Where? Oh, I know where they are. I was charging them earlier, and I forgot to unplug them from the charger, I believe, or maybe I don't know. Let's see. Here they are. Oh, and I did unplug them. Good. Um, what was I saying? Oh yeah, YouTube Premium. All right. Call me back. Maybe. I also started to wonder if the company would just let me leave and come back. Mind go off. I wouldn't mind doing some adventure. Be hopping around, seeing what's going on in various places.
All right, we're back. Quick rinse of the old tea. Ready to run the old yaps. What a blessing, by the way. Appreciate y'all hanging out. Keeping me company on the roads here. I thought I was going to roll 68 for a while, but it just sucks, man. Like, not in a complaining way. I'd rather just go slower, honestly. It's, when I could go 70 or faster, it's a whole different ballgame. Not being able to go faster than 68. Just a completely different style of driving. It's just better. Wait a minute. Hang on. Why are my earbuds making noise? Am I not connected? I thought I checked to see if I was connected then. I'm not. What is this?
Has been way more technical difficulties than normal today. I wonder what's up with that. If the connection had not been so stable yesterday, I might begin to be paranoid because I just now renewed my U.S. Mobile. I paid for another year of U.S. Mobile. Now, why that would have anything to do with it, I mean, I don't imagine that it would, but paranoid thoughts, perhaps. Anyway, I failed in my duties to keep the. We were at like 17 people when I stopped to use the bathroom. I farted around so much, we're down to 9, but that's okay. Maybe there's other content happening other places, right? And well, and we veered into nonsense, actually, what happened. And then I guess I started probably reminding people about economics, right? Another dead thing. I know I had more topics. I have this problem sometimes, and I never, doing 9 hours yesterday, talking pretty much the whole time. I never got into one of these sort of. Sometimes I'll go into this space. It's like a reverie or just kind of get lost in my own thoughts for a moment or two. Whatever that is. Like there's a word for this that's escaping me right now, but still got 2 hours and 23 minutes drive time, assuming nothing delays us. I better come up with something, right? The silence is a meditation, I used to like to say. US Mobile, yeah, they. I use Verizon, and I don't by the way, I don't recommend anything in particular, but and by the way, since I drive a truck, I'm all over the place, and even when I don't drive a truck, I still tend to move around quite a bit. So for cell phones, it really comes down to what provider works in your area the best, but. US Mobile is what they call an MVNO, or they resell. Uh, they actually do Verizon, T-Mobile, and um, AT&T. So now they've actually gotten to where I stay on Verizon, but like my phone has eSIM, so if I wanted to, I could pay either an extra $10 a month, or I could pay $90 a year, and uh, I could actually switch between Verizon, AT&T, and T-Mobile as much as I wanted to. It's kind of interesting. But I probably won't even need that. I like Verizon personally, but again, I move around a lot. So, for example, like Fort Smith, Arkansas, Verizon, for whatever reason, it's damn near unusable in most of Fort Smith. So, like if I lived in Fort Smith, I would never even consider Verizon. And in fact, I had AT&T prepaid uh, when I went into truck driving. When I went back to truck driving, I'm trying to remember which time that was. I think maybe that was Vulcan. And I was going to Phoenix a lot. And in Phoenix, I would stay at this, there's a pilot truck stop in Avondale or Avondale, however they pronounce that. And for whatever reason, AT&T just was completely unusable. Like in that one area, though, it worked in like most of the rest of Phoenix area. So actually, I disconnected from my trailer, bobtailed over to Verizon, and signed up with Verizon prepaid back then. And in fact, a lot of the trucker streams I used to do back in the day, although there's been several different versions of back in the day, but especially the last time I had the phone like showing the open road and stuff, which I don't know. Overall, it's became passe at a certain point, so I don't even worry about that anymore. But I was just on Verizon prepaid, and they never slowed me down, or because they say unlimited data, but it's actually there are limitations somewhere. And I think part of that was as a driver, I was moving around so much. If I'd been in one place, I don't know that they would have allowed me to use that much data. But on US Mobile, I paid last year it was $450. This year it went down to $390. So for $390, I get. It's not actually. It's 360 days technically, 12 30-day months. So for $390, and that's the full price. Wait a minute. This is my exit. This is my exit. Glad I happened to notice that. Oh yeah, we're in Columbus. Actually, if I went straight, it would be fine. But yeah, we're probably better off taking this way.
Reduce speed.
Bear with me while I make sure we're in the proper lanes through the interchange. Oh, we're going west? Okay, good. We are in the proper lanes. Yay. I get 100 gig with 50 gig hotspot, and I'm pretty sure the 50 gig hotspot is included in the 100 gig. But the key with US Mobile and Verizon is it's what they call premium data. So it's actually, like with some providers, whatever data you get, is subject to, if the network becomes congested, it may operate slower. So that doesn't happen for me unless if mine slows down, it's pretty much just the network is so bad that that's just how it is. So, but other than that, again, I don't make recommendations. It's been easy for me to use. It's been, I've been able to trust that it works. And actually, I had it set up to renew. I didn't know the price had dropped, so I had it set up on an auto pay renewal for $450, and then they had emailed me and said they were going to give me 110 gigabytes. But then, for whatever reason, Cash App declined the auto pay. And then I was stuck in that bullshit of like trying to figure out how to maneuver through all that. So I was able to chat with US Mobile, and they were like, actually, the price is $390 cheaper. And then I confirmed that I was still getting, the same amount of data. And so I said, well, can you go ahead and charge my card? And that it went through, and then. But I actually had like 2 days left on my last year, and I just lost that. But I don't know. I'm not too worried about that, and that saved me $60 in the process. We'll take it. And actually, for my $390, it will let me switch networks, but it lets me switch twice for free, and then after that, I think it's $2 every time you switch from one network to the other. So, it's just in case I find, like, if I was to spend for whatever reason, like if I was to go to Fort Smith for whatever reason, if I was going to be there long enough, it'd be nice to be able to have the option of using one of the networks that actually works in town. Unless they fixed it. I mean, maybe it works now. I don't know. Do you mean like when I was sick, or what are we comparing to? Leslie says I sound better, which I'll take it. Yeah, mine is 390 divided by 12, whatever that is. $32, I think. 32.50, something like that. I've forgotten since I last ran the numbers. Maybe I just sound less worried and fearful. I don't know. But thanks, Leslie. I'll take it. Divided by 12. Yeah, 32.50 a month for 100 gig premium data on Verizon that's a pretty fucking good deal. I think it's 37. It's more than that. Hell, I don't know what it is if you pay by the month. But I'd say the main thing is whatever works in your area. It's just, like I say, it's different for me since I travel for work. I thought about getting a second phone, or I have a second phone, but I thought about getting more service for just to use for truck driving, and then maybe if I needed it for other things, maybe, which I don't know what that would be. Maybe if I was going to try to live stream without using StreamYard, maybe, but I paid for a second month of $45 StreamYard, so I guess while I'm working, that's justifiable. But outside of that, it's not worth it. It's just not worth the money, really. But one thing is, I use way less data going through StreamYard, especially since I can turn the camera off, then the built-in, the actual YouTube app, it uses way more data. So probably I have to either have a second phone plan or I have to have StreamYard. There's probably really no other way. But it's a good problem to have, right? It's not really a big deal. In the past, people have donated and stuff. So if I ever got in a financial situation, people might be willing to donate. I don't know. But anyway, thanks, Leslie. Appreciate it. I'll take it. I'll take it to mean whatever I've, you know, these the new discoveries of the last month or so. Certainly, time does fly truck driving. I have to say, I was looking at my laundry and it was like, wow, I didn't realize so many days had passed. If you think like one pair of underwear per day or one pair of socks per day, it's like I remember doing laundry. I didn't realize it'd been quite so many days since that happened. That snuck up on me a bit, perhaps. Oh yes, my vibrational frequencies. Well, thank you, Leslie. I was hoping that's what you meant. Yeah, we're yep. It's a beautiful thing. And I'll say this, in the last month or how again, I probably should have noted on the calendar when exactly did this happen. But the levels of anxiety, fear, stress, all of that. It's like, oh, it's been night and day. I'm not fully free of that, although it certainly seems possible. But it's you know I'd say maybe I'm experiencing 10% or less of what I was previously experiencing. I would say just generalized, stress and anxiety type shit. Which I've never been that anxious of a person necessarily, but I think we all know what I mean by that. Anxiety. The best definition I ever heard was uh, that the boxer Tyson Fury was talking about his own anxiety or whatever his issues were, and he said he defined anxiety as it's this idea. It's like a fear or an idea that like something's about to go wrong, but then like it doesn't actually go wrong. I think that's a pretty good description, whatever that is. And so I talked about earlier. I don't know if Leslie was here or not. Um, that when I first woke up yesterday around 10 p.m., I could have gone back to sleep. Chose to stay up, but chose for that to be when I woke up for my shift. But did not leave for another 3 hours. But um, I went through some sort of very small, like 5 to 10 minutes at the maximum, maybe 7 minutes or so of just kind of weekly going through, sort of weaker versions of, kind of grumbling over what the company was asking of me and based on my assignment for today. And then, going through my trip planning in my mind and sort of looking on my phone for where am I going to be going and what do the facilities look like. And, maybe I had assumed that maybe the place I'm dropping this morning is 24 hours. And, oh, the Google Maps says it's open at 6. Meanwhile, I'm not going to get there until after 7, but either way. and then just for a few minutes feeling a little bit of tension, a little bit of anxiety, a little bit of stress, and immediately, um, for not even forcing, that's not the right term, but meditatively, noticing all of that meditatively, and then it all again for me, the it only ever results from improper identification, which is to identify with anything within this delusion other than my own nature, right? One with the most super intelligent force of love possible at the highest levels of vibration frequency, which, and in a delusion, that can't even really, it can't really even exist in relation to a delusion. I mean, it doesn't seem like it anyway, or can't be defined that way. Some of what I've been working with recently, Leslie, is just like some what should seem like basic concepts where, like, for example, Provo, one of the content creators, a YouTube channel in the so-called truth community, if he's willing to agree to that or not. Either way, that's my characterization. And, he was promoting that he was going to do a live stream, and he was asking the question on his community tab, basically like some version of, is this world real or is it a distraction or something like that. But what really struck me was the idea of a distraction, because more and more, like, I need specificity. So I'm like, a distraction from what? I want it defined by the person asking the question, because otherwise, what am I answering? And I've really been getting into this with the concept of, so-called simulation theory. And at a certain point, especially as it sort of, more of just the regular newbie type of, not newbie, normie type of channels, might show up in my feed, and I might watch a video, and they might mention simulation theory, or maybe even something simulation theory themed, but like very normie, maybe not a huge channel, but not a tiny channel, right? And hang on, let me clear my throat real quick. Yeah, the talking is catching up to me to some extent, but I'll be okay. So I began to ask rhetorically, and sometimes I would type in the comments like, what exactly is being simulated? And in a way, I'm asking that of myself, right? Without knowing if I'll be able to answer. And then, as often happens, the answer does eventually come, right? But how does it come, by the way? Through the trust, through getting out of my own way, through acceptance, through surrender, through passivity, yin. By the way, this is all feminine, associated with femininity and the yin, right, of the yin and the yang. And it's always struck me, well, I can't say always, but it certainly struck me at a certain point. I recognized that within this delusional realm, by definition, a delusion, actually a series of delusions, as far as I can tell. And, that doesn't mean that's the entirety of it, right? If that's merely one aspect, because Leslie might say, well, you're right, but then what about, and then also these other things, right? So I'm open to other ideas, but I'm almost certain that the delusory aspects certainly seem to be verifiable from my perspective. So hang on, did I sidetrack myself? Let me see. I don't think I did, but maybe I did. What was I on about? I feel like it's going to come back. Oh, the feminine and all this. So I've recognized that 100% across the board within Moloch's machine. Well, I shouldn't say 100%, but the vast majority of the time, the psychology and the expected behaviors and the conventional wisdom and the common sense and the word of mouthing of everything is based on this notion of anything achievable, right? Any notion of achieving a goal or working towards an outcome or manifesting or just whatever that may be. Manifesting is probably not the proper term, but anything that the being would set as some sort of goal or something to aspire to, or even if it's the supposed pulling oneself up by one's bootstraps and being productive, it's almost always, all efforts are almost always directed to the assertive or masculine or dominant form, the yang. And by the way, man will dominate man to his own injury, by the way. And that more and more I'm realizing that's exactly what that means. How much of the struggle and strife and fear and anxiety and stress is based on people more or less, within Moloch's machine, effectively left with no choice but to slave away in service of business and corporations and all of this. Uh, Virtually no alternative. And this is date. I'm going to date anyway. I'm wondering if I missed a turn somewhere because this seems to be taking way longer than it should, but I don't fucking know. Still 128 miles out. Man, am I really driving that slow? Maybe I am. Hang on, give me a second. I'll get back to that, but I'll get back to the discourse. I want to check I'm starting to think I just got on the wrong route somewhere. And I didn't bother to double check the rerouting when one of the roads was closed I was supposed to take, so I don't know what the heck happened here. Now we're on the proper route. It's just taking this long. So. Oh well. Not that it matters, right, Leslie? How could it matter within a delusion? I guess it matters to the exact degree that I'm willing to agree that it matters. So back to the yang or the assertive or the dominant. And, fairly early on in my own progress or, as I begin very slowly to level up in certain ways, and I mean actual abilities, my ability to, relate and interact with my fellow humans and just across the board, But by the way, Leslie, very key point, while no longer engaged in processes of oppression. So I recognized at a certain point that, I had coped and gotten through life up until a certain point by heavily utilizing repression, which, by the way, is always harmful to the individual. And in fact, thusly managed to repress and hang on to a lot of dead, gross, heavy, stagnated energy inside of my energy sphere, and some of which I still carry around. And some of what you're hearing, Leslie, is, I've actually offloaded quite a bit of, and by the way, the stuff that's still left after, 10 plus years of unrepressing, while also not adding any new repression. Whatever's left is the stuff that's the least likely to escape, right? I've felt several times recently in the last month to 3 weeks, I've felt some stuff leaving. It happened to coincide with me allowing myself to become, fairly emotional, and then whether that was anger or some sort of resentment or whatever that was. And, on some level, it would seem to be like the more powerfully repressed stuff would be, also experienced more powerfully upon it leaving, right? And my experience has been that, the repression is to avoid experiencing fully those states initially, so that for me at least, to unrepress or to see them leave it does involve actually experiencing those feelings. Right. So yeah, there's some left, but it doesn't seem to be a whole lot. And I'm certainly looking forward to the prospect of unrepressing the rest. And well, and I suspect we're saying the same thing in different terms. I've been saying Moloch's machine lately to represent, this system of business and finance and banking and employment, corporatism, government, politics, all the things that people consider to be the most real, right? I'd say at this point, it seems to me like people are so involved in these topics that in some ways, I suspect that for a lot of folks, as much as they might emphasize family, I think for a lot of people, a lot of this stuff has become more real to them than their own families. And I'm actually having this idea for the first time, so I will, over time, I will think about it more and see if I can confirm or disconfirm and maybe allow the idea itself to marinate and maybe evolve. But I will say this, there seems to be truth in that on some level. I remember what it was like in the past, and it just did not seem to me like the people around me were nearly this strongly identified with politics. Now, employment and work and money's always been strong, of course, uh, but especially like politics, government, the corporations have certainly, the support for and the acceptance of larger and larger corporations and more influential, more and more influence into our daily lives. That's certainly accelerated. So I suspect I'm onto something here. Maybe I am going to lose my voice, by the way, but might not be an altogether bad thing. Although oftentimes I am able to sort of power through it. Uh, I think I'm hitting some of the middle, a little bit more of the middle registers to the upper more than used to be. I'd be a little more trying to hit the baritone, the lower notes to try to sound, you know, alluring or whatever, right? I'm not sure that's as important anymore. Not probably wasn't ever important. You know, either way, it doesn't matter. Hang on, I got to clear my throat again. Actually, it's probably this cortis. It's probably all these mushrooms I started taking. I think I'm getting a bit mucusy. Not in a bad way. That mucus, as far as I'm concerned, it's supposed to come up out if it's able to. So probably even more healing, by the way. And I wouldn't mind having the opportunity to assist other people in healing and casting out of demons and all of this. Some version of whatever Christ was supposedly doing in the Bible, right? But I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. It's not lost on me that the recent growth has come. The recent progress has not all of it, but at least the most recent phases have all occurred when I've been spending more time with myself. Although more live streaming, but at less time bebopping around Los Angeles, talking to people here and there, and going places and doing things that necessarily involve other people being there. There is something to the solitude, certainly. And here's another thing, Leslie. While you're here, for the last several years, I may have had a desire to, maybe go back to some version of living outdoors. And maybe not year round, by the way, right? Um, and I also keep coming back to this idea of the weather's really nice in the summertime in the Pacific Northwest
all of July and all of August, for example, one summer I slept outdoors in Seattle in the city limits. By the way, it was just as dangerous then than it is now. I promise you. I was in San Francisco not that long ago, and my experience was it was actually more dangerous and worse in 2016 than it was when I visited recently. But, from my perspective anyway, I'm pretty sure I can go back to Seattle and be okay. And I do like Seattle quite a bit. And I know people really look down on the big cities, but the fact is there's a lot of really awesome stuff going on in large cities that are just simply not happening elsewhere. And again, we're unable to separate the bad from the good. So, the fact is in the rural areas or the less populated areas or the countryside, that's not just all good and the cities are not just all bad. Like it's both are a mixture. And a lot of that just comes down to, how appealing is that particular mixture to the individual. Like just graffiti alone that I was able to view in Echo Park, Los Angeles was just that aspect was worth it to me. And pictures never do it justice, but I do have plenty of pictures. And then as I drive this truck and I see the graffiti in other areas, it's just not quite the same. It's just not, right? Seattle, by the way, some really good graffiti that I enjoy looking at it, but in certain areas. LA probably overall the best graffiti city, I would have to say. And some folks I understand in the so-called truth communities, that's just going to be viewed as blight, full stop blight and undesirable. And that's fine. That's also more of your people that want to be in the country and in the rural areas, and that's also fine. I have no beef with that, to be sure. Well, and I've known Leslie to be quite accurate, so none of this is to disagree or add to. It's more of a addressing similar topics, but from my current, where I'm at currently is what I'm working with is recently is just to always practice returning within myself to what I know myself to be, and then surrendering to that via, dare I say, worship, or maybe that's not the proper term, but something akin to worship. And this idea of a lot of phraseology from Christianity turns out to be completely accurate in my view, although, the Bible and Christianity as practiced and expressed seems to be inverted in many ways. But of course it is. How could it not be? But, this continuous renewing of the spirit, right? The cup runneth over, quickening spirit. So as far as expanding consciousness, I'm beginning to see this. And again, wherever I grow to through this process, I'm not limiting myself to this viewpoint. It's could just be a step along the way. But where I'm at now is, to understand that when I do, and this is probably what Leslie means when she says I sound better. So when I was sounding less good, right, probably that was identifying too much with various consequences and phenomena and aspects of the delusion itself, thus forgetting or not being in full apprehension of my own nature, probably some version of fake it till you make it, which will never completely get the individual to where they might want to go, by the way, in my experience. So now it's to recognize, okay, when I am when seemingly the spiritual attacks are happening, the archons or whatever we want to call it, Moloch's machine, the delusion, whatever that is, whatever those forces are that are seemingly coming to bear in the moment, it's I'm identifying as what Christianity calls a quickening spirit. And again, we're speaking in the English language. You know, we're already, you know, there's already inaccuracies going to be introduced, you know, just based on the mode of communication and the mechanism and the means and all of this. So, you know, to convey closer to what I believe I'm meaning here, it's to recognize, and in some way it is an expression of what I've been saying probably for years now. The only way out is through, right? So part of that is intuitively understanding that that was correct, but then the surrender, the spiritual surrender, is recognizing that I am willing to trust that I don't fully comprehend what does that even mean, while recognizing that it's on some perceptive level of intuition. I'm convinced that the subconscious mind within the delusion, it operates perfectly at the level of symbols, so that probably the intuition is operating in conjunction with the decoding of symbols, right? So then the practice at that point became to go into the yin, and this brings us back to the yang. So if I'm entrapped in what this delusion teaches me, once I get to that point of even recognizing the only way out is through, how am I going to try to get there? I'm going to try to go through how? Assertively, aggressively, dominantly. It's not going to work. What's going to work is to accept the potential validity of the concept of the only way out is through, which is actually going to happen by what? Getting out of my own way, and the thing itself flows as it does what it does, right? It's not able to not be in flow. Only within a delusion can I then, through subversion of my creative force that never lies dormant, either knowingly or unknowingly create my own blockage. Part of which would be to subvert the assertive or the dominant into actually, you know, attempting to prevent that flow from happening in the first place, right? Through whatever means, again, in a delusion, in service of what? Delusion itself, right? And you know, if we want to call them archons, that's fine, Leslie, and I have no beef with that. But, and I can't speak for archons, but it seems to me like, in the context of what was happening, based on what I know myself to be, which is greater than everything, and whatever those other entities are, probably get a lot of, you know, they are desirous of observing a delusionalized, if that's even a word, you know, my experience of this realm within a delusion, you know, at the level of delusion, but then still, again, possessed of Nancy Pelosi's MS-13 spark of divinity, meaning in the past, imbued with this, but not identified with it, so that it was not coming forth most moments, right? So I would have to think the archons, you know, whatever their version of enjoyment is, or getting their jollies or getting their rocks off, would have to be involved with observing, you know, my performance of, you know, at times maybe coming fairly close to a biblical book of Job notion of, oh, well, he'll curse you to your face, meaning Job will actually take his blessing and treat it like it's a curse, right? Meaning antithesis says, well, of course he sees his life as blessed. Of course he identifies with the blessings of this life because, you know, his very nature has given him all of these riches, right? But then what will antithesis do, or archons, or Moloch, whatever this is, will always muddy the waters. It will always seek subterfuge, guile, confusion, deception. Here's where the wisest serpents comes in, right? And by the way, even wiser, of course, and that is the quickening spirit. The spirit can quicken to the level of wisdom of serpents, and it can quicken beyond, right? Certainly. That's that force, that energy is never lacking the potential for quickening. It can always quicken somehow. It never lacks that ability. So antithesis is making, to my perspective, is making offers, right? And again, I'm always going to bring it, not always, but for a while now, until I move on to the next thing, I'm going to bring it back to the book of Job, because there is a lot of wisdom there, in my view. I'm finding it anyway, in my opinion, which is, so if we're talking about the Most High God in the context of Job, book of Job, then you have that force becoming aware of its antithesis, which Satan would represent. So in the story of Job, the book of Job, the Most High God would represent the proposition of that quickening spirit, or that, whatever that Alpha and Omega source of creation is. Again, we're using words in the English language to try to explain all of this, so we're already going to be off track to some extent. But, we know it when we see it, perhaps. Or we know it where we find it. And strictly speaking, I'm only able to find it in a delusion within my own personalized, seemingly aspect of the delusion, right? Which makes sense. I mean, that is logical to me anyway. Seems right. Again, back to the solipsism. But have I really been driving for 5 seconds? Long? That's okay. It's taken like figured. That's okay, Les. We got plenty of time. Well, hey, we got all the time in the world right up until we don't, right? Meanwhile, time, it doesn't even properly speaking exist, or more correctly, time absolutely exists, but only within this delusion. Only within a delusion does time exist. So there you go. As far as I can confirm, anyway. So back to the archons, if we're calling them that, or Moloch's machine, or antithesis. So in the book of Job, the nature of the Most High, the nature of that force, number one, would want to be helpful, right? Number two, I'm convinced that everywhere that force goes, contained within is its antithesis. The opposite of the assertion, right? And that force itself would represent proposition, assertion, thesis. So contained within thesis or proposition, it seems to me, would have to be antithesis or opposite, right? Would have to be. Which answers questions of why would a otherwise benevolent God make evil, right? I believe that would answer that question. But a starting point for that person at that level of consciousness might say, well, if I was you, you might start by considering that why would that force degenerate itself to inhabit the same thought process as a human being? Number one, being far above our silly psychology and thought process. So maybe start there and ask yourself, why are you even projecting those thought forms onto that force? But I digress. Not you, Leslie. Yeah, I digress. And then furthermore, in the story of Job, Thesis recognizes antithesis, who traveled there in the story with the sons of God, who were on their way to return to the source of their own essence, apparently, to present themselves before the Lord, but also they're already in delusion. These are supposedly otherwise beings who do have that essence or light, which is, by the way, indivisible. So they're already in a delusion that it's even possible to divide that force, which strictly speaking is not possible. And which is, by the way, the biblical concept of if hate drives out hate, Satan's kingdom is divided against itself, how can it stand? To me, that's the actual real truth of the thing in reverse. That's how I interpret that. That's how I interpret it. This driver's simply not going to let me pass him. So I surrender, sir. I surrender. He said it's not going to happen. So I believe the meaning of, part of the sons of God coming to present themselves before the Creator or the Most High, it's to illustrate that everywhere that force travels within a delusion, its antithesis must necessarily follow, by the way, lacking the nature of creation, lacking the ability to choose, right? Only able to not assert, but to counter assert or oppose, right? That's all it's able to do, in these contexts. So that's my interpretation of when, in the story of Job, God becomes aware of, oh, here's antithesis, here's the anti to my thesis, right? The anti-me, that's me. Actually, that's not me, meaning the anti. But yeah, the thesis is me, right? All right, hang on. Let me return to the slow driving contest. I give up. This is why it's taking so long, by the way. It's the slow driving contest. Yeah, you can have it there, Bubba. Y'all speed around him. I'm going back to the slow driving contest. Now they're getting hesitant and sheepish behind me. I just want to get in slow lane and go slow. Because since they turned my truck down a couple of weeks back, it's turned into a slow driving contest out here. And there's no winners. I'm just attempting not to lose. But can't win for losing, as they say, or maybe it's the inverse of that. So the nature of the Most High would be to want to be helpful. And then so greeting the antithesis, saying in the story of Job, hey, how are you doing? Say, basically, what's up? What's happening, partner? And then Satan bluffing in a way, saying, oh, me, like I'm just roaming around, seeking whom I may devour, meaning I need something to act upon. Right? Because I'm not the actor, I'm not the assertion, I'm not the creation, right? And in fact, I'm the yin, and contextually, I'm the yin to your yang, creator. And creator, source, does not have the ability to, again, conceptualize what calamities could befall, has no frame of reference for these negative states of being, the strife, the struggle, the misery, whatever could happen within a delusion. And then, by the way, there might be some curiosity, perhaps, right, based on antithesis. Well, what might this be like? And so, wanting to be helpful, the Most High then answers after greeting antithesis and says, oh, well, now that you've stated your purpose, right, allow me to assist you by asking you the question, have you considered Job? And that would be based on, Job being blessed and exalted within the land and having some sort of position within something that probably, wasn't too far removed in certain ways from an actual Garden of Eden or paradise, right? Whatever that process of decay or destruction would have been, when Adam and Eve, in the story of the Bible, I'm not treating this as literally true. In the story of the Bible, whatever that process that began, it's obviously going to take some time. this is probably where we get some of the ideas that maybe people lived a lot longer back then, being a little bit closer to the original, right? Well, that would have been the same thing with, so whatever life Job was living, presumably would have been based more in, the people view him favorably and he has a high position, probably based on what? His own morality. Versus what we see in Moloch's machine is the servants of Moloch's machine are chosen based on the inverse, which is their willingness to perform a lack of morality. Right. So again, that what I know to be what I am, which is one with the Most High, that same force, that's what I am. And I've talked about this earlier, and a lot of this, by the way, folks, feel free to pop in, pop out. I'm going to be going over and over and over the same points. And some of this is good for me because I really need this cemented within myself. It's very helpful. So I might have lost my point, but it's there. It's going to come back. It's there. One moment. So my knowledge of what I am. So what's useful in an inverted realm is not so much to know what I am. The usefulness of knowing what I am is that's what I connect to at source within myself. That's where that's helpful. What is even more arguably helpful day to day, moment to moment in the delusion is to know exactly what I am not and can never be. I can never be a delusion. I can never be a bank account. I can never be a job. I can never be a biography. I can never be a bloodline of a family. I can never be my experiences. They're not even technically my experiences. They are memories of waking dreams, delusions, right? So treat them as such, right? That's what I would say. And that's my advice to me. So again, what would Jesus do was a slogan in an inverted delusory realm. What I would say is what's more helpful is imagine Jesus, the historical Jesus. And again, me and Land of the Blind had already had it out around the fact that can't possibly have ever been a real thing. Well, guess what? Donald Trump can't possibly be a real thing. The United States of America can't possibly be a real thing. The government can't ever possibly. This is all dead. None of this has life. None of it. So yeah, on that basis, sure, there was no Mark, Luke, John, Paul, and all of this, or historical Jesus. That's fine. I have no resistance to these ideas. So working within, in some ways, with the concepts based on the official fiction, imagining this historical Jesus, which absolutely does exist within delusion, even if only at the level of delusion. It's absolutely a thing where, enough people are imagining and envisioning and adhering to dogma and affirming death and destruction as a result, by the way. Quite the opposite of what they may believe themselves to be doing. Right? Funny how that works. Or doesn't work, more correctly. Dysfunction. And I lost it again, but it'll come back. So I'm starting to imagine a historical Jesus, but right here, right now. And instead of focusing what would Jesus do, I don't need to, that's not my concern, because my essence or nature is one with the same essence or nature that Jesus purportedly manifested, right? Purportedly. That's not the problem. That's the fist. That's Bruce Lee's be like water, formless, and the fist will hit. I don't have to tell the fist to strike in a fight. It will do it for itself, right? So it's to ask myself in a thought experiment, what would Jesus not do? That's more helpful. So same thing, remind myself not what I am. I only need to make sure I'm properly identified. And I should say only. As long as I'm properly identified, Moloch's delusional realm will have me questioning, well, what exactly is that? And seek to debunk it. So, no, it's only to be properly identified. And in that context, that's good enough. But to also recognize and disconfirm what everything I'm not, meaning I got paid $1,300. Let's dead. Render unto Caesar, let the dead bury the dead, right? I'm driving a truck to earn the Federal Reserve notes. Well, that's dead. Render unto Caesar, let the dead bury the dead. Meaning, obviously, I'm in error when I identify with these things. Now, in order to deliver this load on time, in order to drop this load where it's supposed to go, and then to hook up to an empty trailer, and then to drive about an hour in traffic to the next place to get that trailer loaded, right? In order to do all of that based on the factors of the delusion, right? Within the confines of the delusion, I'm accepting that I must, adhere to certain realities, or now I'm not performing based on what I've agreed to perform. So it does get into, the giving of my word and all of this, right? However, the fact is, as long as I know that I'm putting out the proper effort combined with a true spirit, because it resulted from proper identification, meaning it can't be an incorrect spirit, right? Again, back to inverted realm, the religion tells me, Christianity will say, hey, little bit, we need you to be Christ-like to the best of your ability, while simultaneously acknowledging that as far as religion and Christianity is concerned, you're never, ever able to perfectly express Christ consciousness in any given moment. Bullshit, by the way. Bullshit. And that is the gospel of Paul, which is the doctrine of demons, certainly. The doctrine of devils, most assuredly. So a lot of my daily experiences in this delusion is based upon true knowledge of self. Is my essence can never fear anything, and it certainly can't fear the day-to-day mundanities of existing in a delusion that operates as a hell realm. So what's there really to do other than, within reasonable parameters, drive the truck to where it's supposed to go to? And, I know that as long as I make it to the shipper by a specific time, as long as I find a big enough piece of real estate on the property to park my truck where it won't be, not my truck, to park this truck, that's a delusion, by the way. To put the truck within the delusion where it can remain for a minimum of 2 hours. By the way, 2 hours is a delusion. Again, that can never be me, right? That can never be real in its entirety. So that within the delusion, the clock, right, that I've agreed to operate based on, that I've consented to acting in the parameters and the confines and the limitations of, is satisfied, so that if I need to make it to a certain location by later in the day, I have enough time on my 14-hour clock to make sure. Now, probably this is all doable even without the 2 hours. But then also, I need to give my company an honest effort, meaning in order to some days end my shift at 10:30 a.m., which is my preference. If it was up to me, almost every shift, if I'm properly rested, every shift I'm going to hit the road about 10:30 p.m., between 10:30 p.m. and 11:30 p.m., depending on where I am and what time zone. And then I'm going to end my shift between like 10:30 and noon. That would be my preference. So part of that is some days I'm going to need to work till 2 p.m. or 3 p.m. That was yesterday. I worked till 2. And then, today maybe till 2. Well, I'm not going to make it. I might run into, if a wreck happens or there's construction or there's a delay, well, I might need more clock. That's where the 2 hours comes in, is that if the aspects of the delusion as it seemingly unfolds, seems to represent a conspiracy against my management of my clock, I need to err on the side of, well, in case the shit happens, I need to do right by the people I work with and have the opportunity to still accomplish what I sought out to accomplish. And I know that's a lot of sort of ins and outs, pedantic kind of detail-oriented explanation, but it is it's pertaining, as Mr. Bianchi would say. It certainly pertains, right? It's apropos. It's funny because the first time I heard him say pertaining, it bothered me a little bit. I said, I better go look up the meaning of the word. And I said, he's using it right. It's not a word I hear used that way. So my own recoiling in horror initially, it made sense once I read the word. It was, I didn't actually understand the meaning of that word in that I knew a different meaning of pertains. So thank you for that, Mr. Miyanji, adding to my vocabulary. I do appreciate it. Certainly some aspect of demonstrating his own intelligence. I would say to Mr. Miyagi, perhaps, sir, you could have cared a little more for your intelligence, but I don't know. Maybe you did the best you could, and this is what you're left with. And in fact, it seems possible I may be, not you, I may be experiencing the early stages of dementia, perhaps. Oh, well, I'm not able to fear that, certainly. So, and I'll say to Leslie, I'm with you on the soul being concept. My current interface for that, whatever that is the notion of a delusory aspect of a overall entity or force, rather, of most powerful creation that's technically speaking indivisible. So that in fact, probably what folks are considering the soul trap is probably the very mechanism whereby each delusion seemingly comes into existence. And by the way, the soul trap, the idea that, when I die, the idea that some sort of mechanism is going to act at the level of convincing me to agree to come back here based on various cheap come-ons of, don't you want to see your friends and family? It's like, well, no, I don't. Sorry, folks. That's not ever going to be enough of a motivator. Like, now if they said, don't you want to go back there and be you again? That might get it. It's like, wait a minute. Now they're talking about my favorite person. If they realistically convinced me I could, especially if there was some notion of, hey, maybe you can hang on to some of this prior knowledge and do a little better this way. But whatever. I'm pretty sure I wouldn't even fall for that. So I'd be like, no, man, I already did that. No, man, like the Doors, when they're like, you'll never do Ed Sullivan again. We just did Ed Sullivan, man. Whatever that was, right? whatever that is. Been there, done that. So, the soul trap might be a way to try to explain whatever that process is where the source of the creative force, through whatever means or mechanisms allows, whether knowingly or unknowingly, itself to be subverted into creating these delusory aspects, which again, technically speaking, can't even happen because that's a force that cannot be divided, because that would represent, in the biblical sense, a kingdom that cannot be divided, because if it's divided against itself, it cannot stand, and that's a force that is only able to stand metaphorically. Right? And that's my knowing. By knowing me, I know the nature of that. Right. And how much do I really need to know about the specificities of the soul beings and the archons? And I'm not, again, not to denigrate or poo-poo what Leslie's saying. I think what I'm acknowledging is, I do seem to be approaching my own knowing of a lot of the similar knowings that, Leslie seems to elucidate over time. And, maybe just I'm creating sort of my own framework that, seemingly appeals to me, which, I got to put my own, like I like to say, like I have to put my own stink on it for whatever reason. And I've sort of, in some ways, I've kind of challenged other people at times. It's like, yeah, I know you have to, not Leslie, but I know somebody has to put their own. And in fact, a lot of these ideas, Leslie was the person who initially introduced them. But I mean, just broadly, if I'm speaking on something and somebody who's not that familiar with it, they want to, sort of frame it in their own vernacular. Well, that's fine. But then, I've noted in the past, whatever that desire is to, fuck it or put their own stink on it. Well, yeah, show me a human, I'll show you a hypocrite. Like, yeah, I also have my own version of that where, but it's probably, pragmatic, and at least that where I seem to be in this delusion. Again, the delusion, that there is even a Benton in the first place, right? That, or more correctly, what is Benton? Well, Benton's a delusion, right? So, okay, right? So that it makes a little more sense. A lot of the things Benton's done, right? And now we're going third person. Pardon me, one moment. By the way, add that to the list of things that a particular content creator chose to allow to get worked up about and sort of, kind of rail against the notion of going third person. It's like, well, yeah, I mean, it is useful, right? I seem to be making use of the third person, at least. I seem to hear me doing it effectively. As far as I can tell, good enough for me, Ponda. It's supposed to come from what? Yeah, it's supposed to come from yourself to frame. Exactly. We are all unique. Exactly. And why is that, Leslie? And I know Leslie knows, and I'm not speaking for Leslie. I'll answer for my own frame. Because I'm unable to be whatever is the antithesis of unique, I'm unable to express that. What I am cannot express its own nature in a way that could not ever, that would ever be described as anything other than unique. That's why. Right. Again, it's more helpful to recognize what I am not, right, in a way. Or to at least, it's a helpful lens to view things in a way. Like, the reason why I'm unique is not necessarily because I'm unique and special, although I am. It's because what I am is incapable of ordinariness. It cannot express ordinariness, right? Not in a mundane, lifeless, limp fashion, if that makes sense. So, and I'll compliment Leslie herself, and it's going to sound like an insult initially, and I don't mean it that way, but, when a person first encounters Leslie, there's certain, and I know I have my own versions of this, so believe me, I'm not, you know, but there's certain aspects in like the image or the physicality. It does sort of, if we profile and we have a certain, experience in a delusion, we might begin to draw certain conclusions, and there's certain, we might have certain preconceived notions. But through continued, and here comes the compliment, with continued observance, we see that, well, actually, and again, I put it in the framework of a performance. What's being performed here is not really connected. It has no connection to whatever image I formed initially. That's dead. So when I first encountered Leslie, and then, oh, here's a physical image, right? And then now I'm hearing a voice, and I'm forming an image based on all of this together and a word choice. But whatever that initial image is, that can never have life. That's always dead. And the same thing for me. Whatever image people initially form based on their initial encounters of me, that, and what they call the first impressions, that can never have life to it. It's always dead, right? So the compliment is to recognize, like, wow, like there's a depth and this is a person, really reckoned with whatever was there for them individually to reckon with. And yeah, I have my own version of that. And also a recognition that that person, in some ways, if I'm willing to entertain a delusion of a timeline, has progressed farther down parts of those progressions, right? In certain ways. And that's, by the way, I'm great, and by also Mr. Benton, what I've done over time is I've sought those people out, and it's like, okay, what am I able to glean from this person? Watching them, listening to them. Some people I'll ask questions. With Leslie, it's more like maybe I can get her to sort of free form some kind of discourse and then hopefully not have to interrupt too much, or try to prevent the flow from being it. But then, of course, it will be interrupted at some point, so that I can, again, we can call it selfish. That's fine. Selfishness in the context of a delusion can never be inherently bad across the board. It can't be just bad across the board, right? All truths are merely half truths, or actually everything that ain't me. Everything that ain't me, is not existing in a singularity, as far as I can tell. And I think we're back to the idea of, if hate drives out hate, how can, now Satan's kingdom is divided against itself, how can it stand? But it's like, actually, there's nothing, there's actually, a delusion can't stand in the first place, right? So Christ actually, again, regardless of what one thinks about an idea of a historical Jesus, in the context of Jesus of the Bible, Jesus himself seems to be alluding to the delusory aspects of the experience, but without ever calling it out in its entirety. Now, again, what would Jesus not do? I have to expect, if Jesus was here in 2025, would not Jesus, would probably overtly refer to the delusory aspects directly. So is it some version of to serve Moloch's machine in, whatever this, however we want to refer to this delusion? Is it that the Bible was written and given to us via delusion in a specific way to obscure or occult, the direct reference that may have in fact occurred in the past, direct allusions to the delusory or illusory aspects of the realm? And then, by the way, look at how similar those words are. careful pronunciation and enunciation, or they all kind of sound the same. Like, this can never be a coincidence, by the way. Delusory, illusory, and whatever the other one was, I've already forgotten. But y'all know. Or I haven't forgotten. It escapes. It's ran away. Right. It's fled. It's left. Right. And that's back to the surrender. No spiritual surrender equals no spiritual victory. It's not for me to go out and grab the ideas and beat them into submission and organize them and, anally, retentively do whatever, right? Shove them up my ass and see if I can make them, if the pressure makes them into a diamond. It's not that. It's okay, I trust that they've now run away, and when I need them, they shall return, right? That's the spiritual surrender. So in my basis of compassion for certain content creators is to observe them doing their version of taking a lot of these ideas and shoving those ideas up their ass and waiting for that pressure of their own angel retentive controlling nature to form a diamond. By the way, how do you think I recognize that? Probably done my own versions of that millions of times in my life, right? Game recognized game, in not always in a good way, right? Not always in a good way. Hang on, I got to check something on are we even going to the right place? Okay, yeah, we are. I started to have an idea that, well, wait a minute, maybe I set the waypoints in the wrong order. Because that would potentially account for how long it's taking us to get there, but that's okay. And we can recognize who let's back up. The live chatter, while they're live chatting, because remember, Leslie has, been here, speaking on microphone and at times on camera. So, while the person's live chatting, they prove their own intention. So we had this, True Metal Jake, or whatever his nomenclature was. I forget now, but whatever that was. Was it True Metal Jake or Full something? I don't know, whatever it was. And so he proved his own intention by the way he communicated, by attempting to, number one, attempting to spiritually attack the presenter and also to derail the discourse. And then, by the way, successfully at times on the case of certain chatters, maybe an Austin Murphy recently. Perhaps. And again, that's my own failing, arguably. It seemed to work out in the end either way, but it seemed like it did. So, but then look at Leslie here adding to the conversation, moving the conversation forward. Same thing with Land of the Blinded, right? Thus proving, some purity of intention, right? Some, validity of purpose, or some sort of desire to push the thing forward as much as, and again, push forward, probably not the correct framework to think about it, but I think you know what I mean, like to assist in the evolution, to add to the potential for the discourse to evolve by what? Quickening of the spirit. Again, always coming back to the notion of what I am, the quickening spirit, or a quickening spirit. And then, perhaps what I am is what Leslie is, right? And again, maybe every discrete being is at least born into the realm and imbued with that. Maybe they can lose it. Maybe that's the idea of, a possibility of a losing of one's soul. Like, I don't know. And Leslie probably has way more direct knowledge of that than I do. From my perspective, where I am right now, it really is of no consequence. Now, maybe I just haven't reached the level of the of the simulation. And I'm specific about what I mean by simulation. I'm only even referencing simulation in that very specific context, but maybe, and that's has to do with me performing within a series of experiments, and does the experiments are judged in a delusion, fractalized Russian nesting dolls of delusion that there is a now, and on some level, the only thing that exists within this delusion is right now, and it's already gone, right? And so, for the being to operate and interface with all of this simultaneously, it's not even effort so much as what, again, a surrender, a worship, a fountain that perpetually overflows. My cup runneth over, right? It's effortless. It flows from it. It is its own source, right? It renews itself. And by the way, a lot of this ends up being, some of what's attributed to an external most high God, big C creator. Well, guess what? The kingdom of that is within me. And then already the Christians and the dogmatists with their doctrine attempt to rush to, well, actually, the original Greek, it might mean something more akin to among us. And I'm like, we're in a delusion. I was given the KJV in the English language in a delusion. We're going by the kingdom of God is within me because that's what the delusion gave to me, sir. I am not going to the original Greek. I don't speak Greek. I'm not taking their word for it. Number two, I'm not going to teach myself Greek to affirm or confirm what they're saying. Number three, I'm only going by the KJV. What does the New King James say? I don't know, but I'm almost certain it doesn't say among us. Meanwhile, I might humor a reference to the New King James, probably, but I'm telling you, I'm going KJV only. And anybody I've ever met that claims Christianity, or at least will assert some of the biblical teachings, that every single one I've ever met that'll cite the Bible is worth a damn, in my experience, is that every single one of them to a man is KJV only. And what style do we call that? It's a little bit more Pentecostal. Well, I'm not even willing to call myself a Christian, so I'm certainly not Pentecostal. But, again, if you made me choose a denomination, and I'm never going to choose it of my own volition, but if you made me do that in a thought experiment, Pentecostal. Something about that long hair and them long denim skirts. Woo! Woo! And that no makeup. It may not be good enough for this wicked world. It's always been good enough for me, Jack. That's beauty right there. Oh, my goodness. Cover it up. It don't belong to me. I got to marry it to discover whatever's beneath, right? And by the way, if we're going letter of the law, Bible, biblically, if I know her and she's off limits, now she's got to be killed. Now, I'm not saying I believe in any of that, but that's what the book said, right? And I never agreed to live by that, but I say cover it up. From my perspective, I'm not giving orders, but I'd like there to be some mystery, because I hope I don't get married for the third time, but if I do, I ain't trying to see the entirety of the goods from day one where I could draw you a picture. I was in a church one time. College gal served me a homeless breakfast. And when I bent down to collect my plate, I was eye to eye with that lady's crotch in a church, and I could have drawn you a picture of it. I said, man, what is this? I said to myself, what is this, man? This is crazy. In a church. And I mean in the part of the church where they preach. I said, good Lord, what is this? I ain't trying to see that, lady. Yeah, part of the flesh is a part that will always want to see that, but I'm not trying, what I am ain't trying to see that, lady. And I'm pretty sure if she is what I am, she really ain't trying to show it. So I know what she's identified with if she's the same thing I am. I was trying to get out of there before I identified a little too much with what I might start to identify with. I said, let me get that to go. I might start having certain types of thoughts. I ain't trying to have it. I'm not going to repress them, by the way. If they come, I'm going to observe them, and I'm going to experience them and let them go. But yeah, we're not going to repress. So let me get out of here before I start having my own thoughts based on what I'm seeing. Right? Before I start generating thoughts, let me get up out of here. Right? I'm not supposed to see anybody's private parts. Certainly not in the church. What is this? But you can't tell a lady in America in 2025, you can't tell a lady to cover up. Well, by the way, it's not my business. My business is, what would Jesus not do? Jesus would not go to your church for many reasons. And again, if I ain't talking to you, I ain't talking to you. But Jesus wouldn't go to anybody's church because there's probably human beings in there not behaving correctly. Now, I can point out the women, but I can also point out what the men are doing. There's men in there excusing themselves from a church service, going off to the bathroom and looking at pornography in the goddamn toilet at the church. You know it's happening every Sunday. You know it's happening. Ain't no telling what they're up. Just imagine what they're watching. Right? And the fact is, if they really wanted to live what they claim to want to live, would they even have a device if they recognize that they lack the ability to not look at certain types of material on that device, even in the church at times, right? And it looks like I've finally reached the point. I'm almost certain I'm done with that stuff and I'm never going back to it. It got to where it was maybe once or twice a year. And then last time it was so disgusting, I was just like, and I don't want to get into specifics, but if so, as a man of a certain age, certain things need to happen at certain times, just based on medically, right? Like this is real, it's a real thing. Although diet, it turns out, has a lot to do with that, as I'm finding out. But again, trying not to be graphic here, but at times certain processes need to occur physically, and I'm just like, look, if that can't happen without looking at pornography, then it's just not going to happen. And if I have an uncomfortable feeling downstairs, just fucking so be it. And I don't mean a titillation. I mean like certain, things around a urinary tract system and such, prostate. And again, I'm trying not to be graphic, but again, a man of a certain age, right? So, there are, within a delusion, there are certain unavoidable aspects, and women have their own, versions of this, certainly, in a way. By the way, one of my practices, and this probably says something about my past behavior. I was at a certain point fairly in touch with my lower chakras, and then, whatever. But at a certain point, I came to understand there was a notion of these yogis, and these supposed, high level yoga practitioners, and I don't mean poses, I mean meditation, right? That there was a concept of a circulating of the sexual energies within the male specifically. And in fact, I have been able to, I wouldn't say fully master necessarily, but I certainly found myself able over time to work with that to where it has, practically speaking, allowed me to transcend what used to be limitations of just a man who produces a certain amount of androgens, more or less, no matter what, right? There's other things that go along with that out of necessity, right? So, a need to move beyond that in some way. So, what we see with the males of today is not a quickening and the only way out is through, and a transcendence by raising of consciousness within oneself, and then debatably, in my experience, the circulating of the spiritual energies actually, once I got beyond, the concepts of Kundalini or whatever, I was sort of not trapped, but, I had to stop off into the way of the Kundalini type. That's a dead end. That's a red herring dead end, certainly, the Kundalini. But that actually helped because that helped me to learn how to work with those energies enough to then circulate them without the need to go into the specific, Kundalini, breath of fire, all of this. So I practiced all of that. Like, a lot of what I come on here and speak, I've done a whole lot of stuff I never tell y'all about. Or, I only reference here. And to me, it's neither here nor there. So I'm not identified. I might be identified still to some extent with having been good at basketball or whatever, but I've never identified with, I was good at certain fucking yogic practices or what. Who cares? It means to an end, as it turns out. Who cares? But yeah, I was, at least intermediate level of practice, able to practice a lot of that kind of stuff at a certain point. So what? Pretty sure I can do it right now. I don't need to. And that's the whole point of these practices is once the practitioner learns the practice and then understands the nature of the practice and thus is more able to work with their own energies and such, it's actually to transcend or move beyond whatever the limitation was that attracted the being to utilizing those intermediaries in the first place, right? So it's by the way, no longer having any need of any of that. So if one is willing to accept that this circulation is happening much of the time, that does assist the various practices of, because I've noted, that I was more or less well into my 30s, like all I could think about much of the day was like the female physical form, right? And that's, and I won't even say distracting. It's just like I had to do my thinking when I wasn't. So as a person who has always taken in a lot of information, has been very intellectually curious, and fed my mind, read a lot of books. All of my thinking it had to be done when I wasn't thinking about that, right? So it did represent limitation, right? So that's mostly gone. What a blessing, by the way. What a blessing that's mostly gone. And certainly yeah, exactly. You're right, Leslie. Nothing from the New Age movement is valid. And that's been my experience, right? And so that's what I mean about the Kundalini. When I look back on it, I see that I was able to work within those, whatever that is, because of course I can, because, that was something I accessed. But, is that something that can correctly be said that its origination or source is me? Like, I'm not convinced of that. And furthermore, I would say back then, I probably wasn't qualified to tell the difference. So, probably I suspect that was something there sort of as a dead end to, okay, direct your efforts here. But, again, I'm able to having had those experiences, I'm able to, again, frame them properly. But yeah, I completely agree. And in fact, properly identified, I can't fear Kundalini, but my remembrances and experiences of what Kundalini is to like, no, it's to stay away from that, right? That's not something to seek. And for me, I was where I was at back then was you like seeking the novelty of experience and then sort of like, oh, look at me, I'm playing a game in a way, sort of just seeing what I'm able to accomplish. And you know, so what, but in service of what, right? Not in the proper framework. So I wholeheartedly agree, Leslie, 100%. I guess this truck's sped up. I thought I was going to pass them, but they seem to have sped up. It's a slow driving contest. You'll be you won't be surprised enough to learn. Nice. Yeah, that's cool, Leslie. You might email me if you got some videos. If you, I used to post my email, but then I stopped getting emails, so I stopped posting my email. But bentonja at protonmail.com. You might have emailed me before. I'm not sure. That's not a slight. It's not a slight. It's a Benton's memory works in certain ways. And part of that is if you've never emailed me, I'm not offended. But it's also like, if you have or haven't, that's fine. I can't. It's also the fact that I can't remember. That's how unimportant it is to me that I would never be offended if someone was just like never emailed me. I have no expectations around that, but it's also the part of my brain that's like I don't know if she's emailed me in the past. So hopefully nobody's offended that I can't remember necessarily exactly who's emailed me over time. It's like codependency in reverse. It's like probably the same reason I can't ever like involve myself, and not that Leslie would. I just mean I'm speaking very broadly because it's certainly been attempted. There was I won't even get into specific people, but there's been specific people that have attempted over time to, based on their own wherever they're at spiritually, to try to see if they could lure me into some version of a what would very quickly turn into codependency. It's like, nope, I'm not able to be the object of anybody's codependency. I'm not set up for that. And again, I don't mean Leslie. I mean very broadly. Unable to do that. Although now that I look back on it, the ones that have come the closest actually have been males, which is as far as actually succeeding. I probably lack a proper boundary with males for whatever reason, because I might be viewing it. I'm probably not putting it in the proper context based on my own being socialized in a repressive culture. If I, and again, there's no reason to get into specificities around any of that. Whatever. Again, since I know what I am, I know what can never be me, and one of which is any notion around sexual matters of titillation or preference or proclivity or, what might cause any of that. That ain't me, right? That can never be me, actually. That's dead. So, yeah, if you would email me, it's mainly because and not that I'm busy as far as it's just I've got other things happening that I know for a fact I would not end up going to your channel and finding it. Just like technically you could find my email, but it's like, yeah, I'm going to go ahead and just say it out loud. It's just like, again, everybody's got their own stuff going on. It's more or less what I'm saying. The realm, at times it intrudes quite regularly and strongly, does it not? So we all have our own versions of whatever that is, and I'm really strongly considering July and August in Seattle. Honestly, I know I would enjoy that a great deal. Probably I can do that and not get stabbed to death, right? I guess if I was stabbed to death, I mean, I don't see it going that way, but I mean, whatever this is, it end. You know, this delusion is going to end somehow. You know, and again, what I am can't fear being stabbed to death in Seattle, right? In fact, can't even conceptualize of it. So can't even form a concept of stabbed to death in Seattle. Again, some will fearfully say, well, be careful, you might manifest that. Well, no, that's not what manifesting is, folks. No, it's not. It's I'm considering a possibility and assessing, do I need to specifically avoid a possibility? Like this, it's very pragmatic problem solving. And based on my past experience, it's absolutely possible to get stabbed in Seattle, but it's possible to get stabbed many places. So Seattle is somewhat stabby, but I trust what? Who I trust? Who I trust? Me. Who do you trust, motherfucker? Or who do you trust, man? So I trusted my ability to not do anything that would make it more likely that I'm stabbed when I'm in Seattle than if I'm stabbed anywhere else. If I said when, I didn't. That's not foreshadowing or Freudian. But who knows? I mean, if that's how it ends, right? I'm surrendered to the notion that I don't know what the end is going to be. And by the way, who cares? Does it really matter how this delusion ends? Who cares, right? Am I really going to attach myself so strongly, by the way, to a specific outcome of how does this end? Meaning, oh, you want to die alone? I don't get. Why are you assuming I give a flying fuck how I die, right? And I don't mean you, the listener, but it's like, what are we talking about here? So I don't know if I have a strong desire. If over time I keep having a notion of, yeah, it'd be really good. Seems very attractive to spend at least 2 months in the Pacific Northwest this summer. Well, that means don't drive a truck during the hottest part of the summer, number one. So park the rig for July and August. Of course, September and truck driving quite hot as well. I don't know. Maybe we'll catch an Indian summer. You know, maybe we can July and August, maybe 6 weeks in Seattle and then maybe 2 weeks in Portland. And oh, look, Indian summer. And I love the heat, by the way. And shout out to Eddie Vedder. And then, and I don't mean that. That's tongue in cheek, by the way. And then, because one summer I was in Portland and a local who'd only ever lived in Portland, I talked to him about how I was leaving soon because it was going to start raining. And he said, yeah, I know what you mean, because that is the time. You're talking about leaving when it normally starts raining. However, he said, it's going to be an Indian summer. And I did not trust him enough to stay, but I continued to check the weather, and it did not start raining for like 6 weeks. And I was like, damn, that dude, he knew. He absolutely was right. It's like, why didn't I listen? But, it's okay. I certainly would not be here in this form speaking with you fine folks. So it worked out, right? Everything always works out. But yeah, there's that, certainly. The demiurge video is one test. Oh, you filmed the demiurge. Wow. Yeah, I don't know. I can't even say that I'm fearful, but I'm recognizing within the delusion the potential to be like, oh no, what could I learn about myself? But then the trust and the spiritual surrender is, well, of course, what I am would not, fall into such. So what's there to fear? So, yeah. Now, whether or not I choose to watch the videos, we'll see, but sounds interesting, certainly. Making no promises, making no agreements. But if I choose to, I absolutely will, I guess is the best way to put that. But we shall see. I'll think on it. And, it's interesting with this idea of global shipping being, a depression and global shipping demand being down. And then I'm thinking, I'm viewing a bunch of containers. And in fact, I just passed the place, maybe 2 places, but at least one place that seemingly sells, containers themselves. And this other place just looks like maybe a yard to store containers temporarily that are going to be shipped, you know. But the one place at least appeared to be a business where one could purchase a container and maybe ones that are no longer going to be in service, you know, actual containers that go on container ships. And then I'm thinking, you know, look at what's been going on predictively with the predictive programming, and the zeitgeist has been for many years now, even pre-pandemic, was this idea of, well, look, you can buy a shipping container and you can put it on your property off the grid and you can store things securely, but one could also bury them underground and live in them perhaps. And one can also sort of arrange them above ground and cut holes in them and build doors and make like an actual structure. So, you know, in the time of housing being so expensive and all of these things, and by the way, Benton literally working as a long haul trucker first and foremost, so I can live in this truck, and that's not an exaggeration. That's absolutely true. At this point, if they would let me, I would just work like a month, and then I would live in the truck for however long they would let me live in the truck, right? Which in this case wouldn't be any more than 4 days, but after 1 month, but 1 day per week is how that usually averages out. Um, so I'm looking at those containers and I'm thinking about the fact that, well, this idea of global shipping demand being cut in half, you know, and probably worse in the long run, you know, unless things change. And again, but not personally identifying with these concepts, merely observing. And then, well, okay, obviously the containers that are here are in a system where they're designed to flow back to where they came from to get filled again, right? And then if North America is not going to produce goods to flow to China or other parts of the world, look at all those containers and what are they going to be used for in the future? Like now, maybe that will be some version of, you know, and by the way, look at Trump, you know, and it's not in the news cycle, but there's been a notion of some version of a homeless internment camp, right? You know, maybe the homeless who are willing and able to do just the bare minimum to serve the corporations in the intervening time before. I realize now I forgot to go rinse my eyes out. That was a mistake. But you know, the fact is, I feel like that's probably going to happen. This, whatever you've heard Trump say about how he wants to deal with the homeless. So it's some version of sort of pressing into service. There are serviceable people in the homeless community nationwide, and some of them, if they're permitted to continue to live something close enough to their chosen lifestyle, some of which involves substances, right? Which is not that different than the general public. The working population, certainly, many of them are on substances, so that's not that different, right? What's my drug of choice? Junkhead, my favorite song by my favorite band, by the way. Or what was, I no longer identify. I shouldn't even say that. Back when I was willing to identify as such, so no longer the case. Let's update the history a little bit there. But what's my drug of choice? Well, what have you got? I don't go broke, and I do it a lot. Lane Staley bragging about his ability to do more drugs than anybody else for a time. How about that? In a song. I don't go broke, Lane Staley, one of the vocalists, difficult to imitate. Certainly, I certainly am not able to come anywhere near that vocal range, so I won't even try. That's an interesting case, Leslie. Any thoughts on Lane Staley and some unique abilities? By the way, by way of making it all about me, quite similar astrology. Me and Mr. Staley, the late Mr. Staley, in some ways, not across the board, but certain similarities. I don't know what that means. When I was willing to identify with such, probably my favorite overall rock singer, I would say. Probably. What happens here in the simulation degradation system is of no matter to the human drama, is of no merit. Only, yes, exactly. Back to what, Leslie? Proper identification, or more correctly, in the context of what Leslie's addressing, so getting lost in this aspect would be to improperly identify within oneself the vast majority of the time while simultaneously believing oneself to be properly identified, thus lost and unable to be found, by the way. So what a blessing that Mr. Benton recently has been found, was lost and now is found. And in my experience, a bell that cannot be unrung, right? While seemingly capable of temporarily identifying. Here, is this a hitch? Oh, it's a motorcycle. Broke down motorcycle on the side here. Thought it was a person at first. But also, not. So also Moloch's machine is set up such that in a lesser evolved form, if I did become aware of my folly or error, would actually be to internalize shame and all of this around, to temporarily fall into folly and error because of temporarily subverting my creative force into improper identification. Well, but again, what I am can't experience fear and shame. So the fear and shame itself is the marker of, oh, wait a minute, I was temporarily what, Leslie? Lost. Now I'm found through what? Proper identification consistent with my nature. And Leslie's right. In that framework, there's nothing to do. It's just at this point, it's May 9th, and I traveled the entire country for 6 consecutive years, or most of the country. Where would I go in the month of May to live outdoors in some way? Most of the time, pitch a tent, sleep under a tarp. I don't know. Might be a decent time to go East Coast and then maybe the Northeast for a short time and then wait. So what, rest of May, all of June? Because I've never really checked out the Northeast on boots on the ground. So that is left in a way. Also, Upper Peninsula of Michigan, although I'm wondering if that's even doable. I mean, it is, but what would that be like backpacking? It's spread out enough. I don't know. Until I go there, I don't know if they would pick me up hitchhiking or not. And then I don't know that I like to walk, but I don't know if I'm into that level of walking necessarily. And then we're getting into, I'm really rather not do all of this in a car, perhaps. And I'm kind of looking for an excuse to not drive a truck in the short term, but I don't really even need that excuse. So I want to do this properly. I am going to do this properly, but it's at least a thought of, what would I do with myself? Because the fact is, I don't need money in Seattle and Portland in the summer. I could absolutely get day labor in Portland 100%. Well, unless things have changed drastically, I should say. it's a high likelihood if I need a hundo, I can work and make a hundo. And other than that, it is free living. I mean, as far as being able to get food and all of this, I mean, it is the land of milk and honey in a way. But then it's also, because of that, it's a way more of a dodging of the meth heads. LA, they're there, but my experience, and again, we don't all have the same experience. My experience was one of I was treated not that poorly. My overall experience of the meth heads was not that bad. So in LA, so I'm wondering, in the past, was I, Leslie, improperly identified? I was probably creating the actual struggle and resistance with the meth heads based on my own whatever that was. Probably. So, why would I expect to return to Seattle and Portland in a new form and be bothered by the meth heads? It's probably going to be fine. By the way, certainly would like to go back to Eugene at some point. But yeah, I'm almost certain that's going to happen this summer. Almost certain of it. Can't say for sure, but I'm now looking at maybe possibly doing an early version, and then apparently. Is air travel starting to involve real ID, or is that only internationally? I'm not exactly sure, but probably going to update to the real ID, right? I don't know. Are y'all going to let me back over? Don't y'all recognize we were just in a backup, and I'm only in this lane because of the backup? Are y'all going to let me get back in the slow lane, or what? I don't understand. Because I'm only in the fast lane because of that backup back there. So anyway, and then, some version, and I've envisioned this for a long time, but I think eventually when I do, because I am at some point, I will extricate myself from the overt, and I won't be involving myself in business or money whatsoever. Now, if someone gives me money, I will certainly use it, or I might just pass it on as I choose. But at some point in the near future, I will just not be willing to drive a truck based on it is involved in various demonic systems. That's just a fact, right? Now I can justify and rationalize my own participation, but at a certain point, I foresee such strong identification that it will just not be appealing enough to where I just simply will never choose to go back to it at a certain point. I suspect that's going to happen eventually. Right. How could it not, by the way? So I don't know, maybe a West Coast and I know, with the climate, it is possible to and I shouldn't say just, but it's certainly possible for one to convey their physical body up and down the West Coast more or less perpetually, like following the seasons of where the nice weather is when. It's a fairly simple matter to do that. And yeah, it actually gets a little chilly in SoCal in the winter, but it's nothing I'm unable to bear. Right? So, whatever. But yeah, the real ID, I'll probably, when I renew my driver's license in the near future, might as well. I mean, what's the difference? And who knows? Maybe a winter in Mexico. You never know. And they'll be like, damn, I had no idea a gringo that pale could get that dark. I'll say, yeah, it's kind of amazing, ain't it? Because I showed up white as notebook paper, white as a sheet of paper, and look at me now. That I've never seen a gringo start out that white and get that dark. That's what they'll say about me. Maybe he is a little bit native. Maybe he does have a little bit of the Indian in him, right? Bitch, I ain't even speeding yet. What you talking about, Willis? This is most certainly the dark realm, Leslie. You got that right. Could not agree more. I mean, how else would a delusion exist, by the way? What other way would a delusion come into being? There it is. Honk love Cincinnati against racism. Well, I will when I quit passing this guy because I did not realize it was a 55 zone. So just a moment, please. Yes, ma'am. Sorry, Bubba. I passed you and I did not know I was speeding. So my bad. I'll get out of your way. I got a crazy AI voice in the cab telling me to slow down. Yes, that's right, Leslie. It's not my home either. And that's one of the first things I figured out, interestingly, when I really, made it a focus and a mission to observe my internal space. In fact, that was one of my earliest thing I came to know. It's like, hey, I'm not, whatever this place is, I ain't from here. I came from somewhere else. Absolutely. Absolutely. Indubitably. Anyway, I'm close enough, so I got to end this. I don't have to. I'm going to end this. Appreciate everybody being here. Thanks for watching. Bye.